And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Mythos Conservatory D&D Live. Today, we will be playing The Satyr's Dream by C. Michael Chase. It is a part of the Eyes Unclouded anthology, which is available in the link that you can find in the description. Today, we'll be joined by five players. They are going to be playing the characters Thetis, she, her, Vibius, pronounce he, him, Trindon, pronounce he, him, Isaac, pronounce he, him, and Zarzire, pronounce he, him. Hello, everyone. Let's go one by one and introduce our characters, what they look like, and how we should imagine them while we play the game. Let's go first with Thetis. Do you want to introduce how you look like?
Yeah, she's tall. She has long green hair, and she wears like a coat, a black coat over everything that's underneath. And
And what's your race and class?
she's a variant human, and she is a cleric.
Amazing. Looking forward to see her in play. Virbius, you want to go next?
Yeah. So Vedas is a half elven person, and he has like long hair, like braided into a single braid, which like runs down his shoulder, like almost a waist length braid, and he's like he's towards the light side, but yeah, you could see the muscles on him, of course, and he's wearing like armor, like heavy armor, and he has a sword at his side, and like the armor on his armor is like has like floral designs on it, and even his shield has some floral and leaves design to it, and he has a he has an elk animal companion with him, who's like whose name is Lady Artemis. So yeah, that's Virbius, or you could call him Veer.
Amazing. Looking forward to see how you guys have your journey. Trindon, want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So Trendon is a elven. I forgot the name. I forgot the term. Uh, Give me a second. He's
No
an elven
worries.
warlock. He's an elven
Warlock?
eladrin warlock,
Mm-hmm.
and he has green hair, and his skin is of brownish with green tinge. So this guy is a well-traveled person. So he's kind of travel hardened, carries a staff, has a cloak, uh, green brown cloak, and yeah, mainly he has staff and he has short sword as well.
Amazing. Isaac, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So Isaac is a human in his early 30s. He's got like brown hair, which is back brushed entirely, and you can see like streaks of white hair in between. He does have a vial strapped to his back, but in contrary to his other equipments, you do see that his backpack, to his attached to his backpack, is there a pickaxe and a shovel on which like there's kind of like mud still on it. Probably you would understand that he's actually coming digging from some place and like rushed here. As for his clothes, you could kind of imagine like the Irish people, the kind of garments they wear with the striped blue and red of that sorts. And he keeps on playing with a certain very specific coin, which is like oddly minted. You don't actually see this kind of gold coin anywhere, and he just keeps on like
Mm-hmm.
playing with it, just like flicking it and doing something. Yeah, and that's about it. And he does have a rapier in case something shit goes down.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Always got to be prepared, don't we?
Always.
Zazire, you want to go next?
Yeah, Zarzira is a tiefling, short, dark, ugly, and he one of his horns is slightly bigger than the other, which he's always conscious of. So he tries to face you a certain way. Um, mm, yeah, that's
Okay. With that, we have our five characters. So let's get into the story for the day. Our story begins when each and every one of you receives a letter by a hand courier, And in that letter, you see the name of an old friend, a person you had met along your travels, someone to whom you owe a favor, a eladrin who you had once taken the help of. You follow the letter, you read the letter, and you find that you have been requested to come to a particular place in the Sylvan Woods at the north of the continent, where you are have to reach this place known as the Forest Gate, and a map is attached. And it is said that once you reach there, you will know what is to be done. This is them calling in a favor, and you assume that, well, if it seems like a good time to get rid of the debt, and you make your way to this forest. After a long, arduous journey through the forest, you find yourself at a long, elongated opening, a corridor of sorts, along which there are trees on both sides forming an avenue, but the branches of the trees entangle with each other at the top, almost forming like a straight corridor, like a closed building. And as you reach this place, you look around and you notice four other four other characters that you have met in your past travels, people you have just met in passing, people who you have worked with. The party is together. That is where our story will begin for the day. So you find yourself over there. You look at the end of this particular corridor is a flurry of movement. You see, as from the other end of the pathway, a large creature starts walking down. As it comes closer, its figure becomes clearer to you. It is a gigantic stag with antlers that spread throughout, just in all directions, like almost covering the entire width of the corridor. It is walking slowly towards you. What do you do?
Um, does it seem like kind of breathing heavily, or like as an intent of rushing towards us, or something like, or is this just like normally walking?
Its walk is the calmest you have ever seen a creature. It is completely unafraid of you. It doesn't seem to harbor any ill intention, at least from its first look. If you want to know more, roll for insight.
Okay. That would be a perception. That's a 12.
You see that the creature's walk is pretty much extremely calm. It is coming towards you with intent. It is coming towards you, but it's walking very calmly.
Okay.
Have we like? Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, yeah, please go on, please go on.
Yeah, have we
Go
seen
ahead,
anything like
Fabius.
this before? Like any of us we have any knowledge of this creature? Like,
Roll
like I
for
haven't any.
nature.
Okay,
Roll for nature.
it's a natural one.
Uh, you are completely flabbergasted at the sight of this creature. You have never seen a deer with antlers this big. It
Um,
seems almost unnatural. It seems like the antlers are so big, its neck is just gonna bend and like break with just the weight of carrying that enormous thing.
But it is like a normal size stag, right? The
It
antlers
is a
are big.
normal size stag. The antlers are huge.
Okay.
I'll just take like 2 steps back and is that normal? I mean, its antlers like huge, and he's like kind of like
That is
accelerates on that huge part. Like,
exactly like look at Artemis over here. She has like normal length, and that is like so huge.
You see, Artemis is like looking at it and like, what are the others doing? Zazire, Thetis, Trendon?
I mean, I'll take a
Uh,
stag because I'm wary of huge antlered anything.
Uh huh.
And sort of try to hide my own horns.
Okay. Chindan, Thetis?
So I try to inspect the creature and also the surrounding corridor per se, and to see whether there is anything
Okay. So
interesting.
you can choose to roll for the stag, you can choose to roll nature. You have to roll nature, but for the forest, you can choose to roll nature or arcana.
Okay, I'll roll Arcana for the forest. D20, right?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's 11.
That's with your modifier.
Wait, let me check.
That would be your int mod with
Uh,
proficiency if you have it.
int mod, right?
Yeah,
So
plus proficiency if you have for arcana.
yeah, well, let me check. I don't think I do. So it's just +1, I guess, 12.
12. With 12, you are not very sure about the patterns are definitely unusual. They seem oddly familiar, like you've read about it somewhere but you just can't remember it.
I see. And I'll roll for this thing, right? The stag.
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll for stag.
It's a 13.
It's a 13.
Yeah.
With your modifier.
Wait a second. Where's the modifier? Sorry, for nature.
It should be in the skills beside your on your character sheet. Should be on your skills list.
Hmm. Give me a second.
You're the
+1, yeah,
eladrin,
14.
right?
Yeah,
14. Cool.
yeah, 14.
Cool. So 14, you recall that often in the Feywild, creatures who are typically mundane, who seem mundane in the material plane, uh, they often have evolved ways to have these ornamentations that are gigantic and very articulate. It is possible that this is a creature from the Feywild.
Right. I tell this to the others. Like, this seems like a normal creature from the Feywild. But wait a second. Why is a creature from the Feywild here in the material plane?
As you talk about this, Thetis, what are you doing? Anything you'd like to do?
Yeah, I'm looking around the forest, see if there's anyone else, anything else.
Roll a investigation or a perception, your choice.
Okay, I'll roll perception.
Go ahead.
19.
On 19. You look around, and while there are a few forest creatures just scuttling around, uh, it is awfully that this is dull hum in the air that you can't really place. It seems to be coming from everywhere, particularly further in the direction of where the uh, stag is coming from. And as you guys notice this, you see that the stag has stopped in its path. We had someone drop off. I'll let them in as soon as they're back. But in any case, as you see that the stag is coming closer, it stops. It looks at you, straight at all of you, and then turns around and starts walking back. As it's walking back away from you, it turns its heads one again, his entire antlers turning alongside, skirting the trees around. It looks at you as if it's waiting.
I'll just
Should we
turn to the
follow?
others. Like, is it normal for an elk to do that? I mean,
I think
I
it
really
wants us
don't
to
know.
follow.
It's
So,
from the Feywild, so. Are we supposed to follow you? Vidya's just like yells out at the stag.
the stag bows its head, comes up, and starts walking in that direction.
I think
Oh,
that means yes.
think we should follow.
And Verbius starts
Yeah.
following.
Yeah, same. Trillion also follows. Starts
Okay.
following this time.
Yeah.
Okay. As you travel deeper along this forest corridor, you slowly sense a change in the light and the sounds around you. Thetis, you were particularly paying attention, and the loud hum is starting to grow louder in your eyes. It is not anything sinister. It's just a mild humming sensation that is somewhat calming and comforting. The darkness of the shade on the on the both sides of the path slowly start to get dimmer, and the sound, the hum, starts to get clearer as it slowly turns into chirping of cicadas, of the chirp of birds, the song of birds. As you look around, and there is this faint ethereal light that is just there at the edge of your vision. As you walk further ahead, the stag stops. It turns around and it starts glowing, turning translucent almost, and fading into tiny dots of light that start swirling and float up into the sky.
I try
I
to
should have gone
understand
easy
what's
on the mushrooms.
And coming to that, you breathe in the air, and there is this strange dreamlike quality to every single sensation that you feel in your body. It's almost like a dream. It's almost like you're in deep sleep but wide awake. It's the comfort of sleep while you are completely aware of your surroundings.
Okay. I'll just kind of like look around as they first like, where the hell are we? Like that kind of like face, like I don't know what is happening kind of
You
stuff.
turn towards your back and you see that the corridor is gone. The path that you came through is no more.
I try to see whether the place looks familiar.
Trindan, go ahead and roll a history check.
Right.
Others, what are you
19.
doing? Trindan, what was
This
your
is
roll?
like
It's 19 plus history is plus 4 and intelligence, right?
Okay. Yeah, that is more
So
than
plus
enough
5.
for you. That
Yeah.
is more than enough. You look at the surroundings, and it's almost like a memory from your childhood.
Hmm.
You are in the autumn forest. You're in the emerald forest.
Right. I tell this to the other sensei that we are in the Feywild now. Somehow.
You you look around, and this place seems somewhat familiar to where you've been here before as a child. You had almost completely forgotten, but seeing it again has reminded you this is very much the home of a lot of spring eladrins.
Okay, is anyone else concerned about how we get back, or
The same, I'm
this
worried. Like,
is
what are
I
we
mean,
doing?
is there what is there at the location where that corridor was supposed to be?
Instead of where the corridor was, now there are just trees all around you. You are in somewhat of a lightly forested area of a denser forest.
Okay, I am beginning to not like this tag.
I
Uh,
mean, don't you think Adria should have been here? I mean, she did invite us.
Maybe you should like start shouting his name.
People, tell me, what's your passive perceptions? Is there anyone with passive perception more than 13?
16.
I have
Okay.
13, exactly 13.
Okay, 13 hits. So 13 and 16.
Same,
Who has
13.
13? So Thetis, Verbius, and who has 16?
Isaac.
Isaac. The three of you notice A shift in the bushes around you, and as your eyes focus, you see a elven man emerging from the bush. Stop! Who goes there?
This is being said in common.
This is being said in. Uh, this would be spoken in Sylvan. Does anyone understand Sylvan?
Yeah, I understand, Sylvan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I tried to talk to him and ask, where are we and how did we come here? We were walking in the material plane and suddenly we are transported to the Feywilds. And what's happening and what was the stag?
Lay down your weapons. You will not come to harm. You are in the Feywild now. This is not the material plane.
Yeah, yeah, we don't mean any harm to anyone over here. We were just called here by a person to help us out with the problem. Just to help you out. We
Who
don't
called
mean
you
to
here?
cause any trouble.
What is their name?
Adria.
What was the name? Did you remember?
Adria. Adria was the
Adria.
name.
Okay, huh. Adria asked us to help us out with the problem. She sent us a letter and a map to this place.
He snaps, and suddenly you hear rustling in two other treetops as two other elves jump down and land in front of you in the clearing. Everyone, get down, sit down on the ground. We are getting our commander. We'll figure this out.
So
And
this is
do
addressed
not.
to his
Nice.
guys, is it? Sorry.
Go ahead, Zazire.
Yeah. So is he addressing this to his guys or?
Yeah.
He is addressing the older dude, the one who came out of the bush first, is addressing all of you.
So I speak in both common and Sylvan and say that we do not mean any harm. Could just point us towards the directions and tell us what's happening. We are as confused as.
Our commander will be here soon. I have sent a message. Please stand here and do not hold your weapons. Lay down your weapons and wait for the commander to arrive.
Your mate.
Okay.
I'll just kind of like he's very nonchalant about it and like, yeah, okay, what the hell. He just like kind of puts his rapier down. Um, he like Isaac will turn to the others once and say that like, I know like Adria sits. Okay, so here's the thing though. Do we who are not from the Feywild or do we know of this current political situation that is going on?
The people who are not from Feywild know that the Feywild is a dangerous place, and there are occasionally, about the history of, that there were conflicts in the past, but right now it is a very dangerous, sensitive place to go to.
Okay.
Richard, do I know? Does Trinton know that as well? Or like has he been away for
Trinton,
far too long?
you have been away for a while, so you don't know what the current situation is, but this happened centuries ago. You
I
know
see.
that the political order is very sensitive over there, and it's always good to be cautious.
Right. I said I keep my weapons, lay my weapons down, and ask others to do so as well. I say that this is home, so there should be nothing wrong which can happen here. Possibly. I turn to others and say this.
You look at him, and he is wearing typical spitting eladrin armor weapons. All three of them seem to be, the two of them are wearing light clothes. They are clearly more cunning and roguish. They are prepared to strike from out of sight. The man in the beginning, in the one who first addressed you, seems to be quite well clad, and he is visibly senior compared to the elves. And when Eladrin looks old, they are probably really old. Uh, the Otherwise, they don't seem to belong to any other particular clan. They possibly belong, mostly from your understanding, probably to the Spring Court. uh so it's not something that they don't seem to be uh violent against you, at least as of right now, and there's no reason why they would be. Unless you show hostility, you should be fine. What are your names? The old elf asks.
And that is,
He takes out kind of like a leaf notepad from his pocket, and he starts noting the details down. And where are you from?
I'm from the material plane too. I don't know how I got here, and I just want to go back. If you can
Hmm.
just tell us how we can go back, we'll leave you in peace.
Are you also sent by the woman you refer to as Adria?
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. What about you? Pointing at Verbius.
I am Verbius, and this
Hmm.
is Lady Artemis. She actually is a fake creature, so like this is like home for her, and I am
Hmm.
from material plane. So like, yeah, we are
Okay.
friends, is what I'm saying.
Hmm. We'll see about that. Uh, and you, Eladrin, you
Yeah,
from
I'm
here around
criminal
here?
Vernus. I'm a spring electron like you. A few
Yeah,
years back, I
we'll
had
see that.
traveled to the material world to travel about, and I'd
How
come back
many how many years were you in the material plane?
50.
50? Damn, that's almost 5 centuries ago. Okay, cool. What about you? Pointing at Isaac.
The name's Isaac, and man, I'm from material plane. This is the maximum lot here. Although I was actually wondering if you could tell me something,
Hmm.
if that's okay. I mean,
Go
there's
ahead.
a bit of tough crowd. I mean, there's a lot of security. There seems anything going on.
Well, this is for a reason. Hirsam and his people seem to have something going on, and we need to be careful of that anarchist.
Okay,
Anything else?
not really. I'm just waiting for Adria. I mean, she did call us, so I suppose she's supposed to meet us here.
Hmm. We'll see. Uh, Pointing at Zarzire and you, demon like creature. We don't we don't typically have people like you around here.
Hmm. I just mumble Zarzire, just barely that he can hear.
What did you say? My ears are
Zarzire.
not as good as they used to be.
Zarzire.
Hmm. Okay. Sit down. And
Wait, again, so this is
maybe
common, right?
maybe you should, yeah. Maybe you should find a way to, hide your appearance. Some people might not treat you well here.
Yeah, I scowl at him.
He looks at you, he raises his eyebrows, and he makes a note on his notepad. And as you are having a conversation, is there anything you'd like to do?
Like Verbius is like just mesmerized by the like beauty of the nature, and he just sits down. He hasn't even unsheathed his weapon at this point. He just sits down with Artemis at his side and like keeps looking around.
Okay. Anything else anyone else would like to do?
So Trinidad is kind of unsettled with what's going on because the place seems familiar, but the situation is not. So he
Yeah.
tries to ask these people what's going on. I mean, either in common or in Sylvan, whatever is comfortable to those guys.
All will be answered once Vinetra's here.
Right.
I mean, do I see any kind of like fruit tree or anything around?
You look around,
Oh,
and definitely the trees have a lot of fruits. There are varieties of pear like things, peach like things. Uh, there are birds flowing around, just flying around and like feeding on them, fruits falling from the trees. It's a typical sight. Nature doesn't seem to have changed as much as the people.
Right. No, okay, so I'll ask the person in front that is that audible, like edible?
Well, it is. Uh, and as this is happening, you hear the sound of the stepping of hooves on soft land. And you see in front of you a gigantic stag, much like the one that brought you here, walking towards you from one end of the forest. And upon the stag is a somewhat short but heavily armor clad woman. Her pointy ears are visible from the side of her helmet, and the armor seems to be of very, very, very exquisite make. She sits atop this stag as it walks towards you. This woman elegantly leaps off the back of the stag and stands in front of you. She has a rapier drawn in one hand. She looks at you. What brings you invaders here?
I shout, "What invaders?"
You are not from here, are you?
I am,
You
or I
you
used to
do
be.
seem a little of this place, but since you're not in our records, you must have been gone for at least 2 centuries.
I stay silent.
And the others, are these your friends?
Yes, they are. We were called here by another eladrin. Although we were called here in the material plane, and somehow we came to the Feywild.
Must have been the forest gate, that corridor you walked through. But it needs a guide. Who guided you here?
We saw a stag, just like yours, and it asked us to follow you, follow through the path.
Where did that stag go then?
It just disappeared. We were here and it disappeared.
Well, it must have been a spirit guide then. You say, who was the one who called you here?
Adria.
Adria.
Oh, oh, okay. Uh, we haven't heard from her in a while. We did not know if our message would reach her, but it seems it did. Um, well, since you are here, we we could use your help. In exchange for a way back home, if you help us, we will give you safe passage back to your material plane.
Wait a minute. What happened to Adria?
Uh, Adria was my apprentice a while back. She left for the material plane a while back, and well, let's just say we lost touch. But given what's going on in the Feywild nowadays, we sent a message asking for her help. We never knew if it ever reached her. Given that's the situation, I think she might have sent the five of you in place of her. That woman, I never know. I taught her for like what, 30 years, and still I have no idea what goes on in her head. But since you're here already, maybe we can come to each other's help and uh, benefit each other.
I mean, just to clarify, when you say 30 years, is it like 3 years in the material plane? Because from what I understand, it's like 1 in 10 years here in the Feywild.
Well, that would be right. But the 30 years I trained here were here. So,
So that's 3 years material. Right. And so just out of here, how many days ago did we actually receive this letter?
this letter was sent a while back. The letter was sent almost a year back.
Okay.
In any case, do we have a deal?
Listen, we didn't ask to be here. We were brought here by accident. And you're asking us to help you with something we don't even know the size of. So I don't know how it's a deal that's fair to us.
Well, I can. Well, there's not much I can do about you already being here, but if you want to find your way back, because the forest gate is not going to open to you without a guide, and unless you're willing to find yourself a guide by making a deal with the Fae, And I should warn you against that. I think I am your only option to go back to the favor to the where you came from.
What kind of favor do you want from us?
Well, it is simple. Uh, do you know about the Archfey Hyrsam?
Just look
Trin-
around.
Trindon, uh,
Yeah.
roll a history.
Okay. Um, okay. 4 plus. Wait, give me a second.
Mhm.
Uh, 9.
So total is 9.
Yeah.
You know Hyrsam is the well-known Prince of Fools, a mischievous satyr who despises political order. But he was a minor archfey when you had left.
I tell this to others, and I'm puzzled because he was a minor archfey. Why is he so important right now?
Well, you have been gone for a while. Uh, Hirsam has grown stronger and gained more power, and he has completely disregarded all political order and the system of the courts. He has declared himself an anarchist and has decided to find a way to get rid of every single creature that did not originate in the Feywild. We have heard that his troops have been moving in this forest, but we don't know what they are up to. And that is what we need help with. We have heard of some movement that has been happening to the north at the old elven ruins. Trindon, you don't recall there being ruins over here.
Right.
You do remember, however, a fallen settlement.
Hmm. So I asked them about the settlement. Do you mean the settlements or the what ruins? Do you mean the settlements?
Well, they have the settlements that you speak of have been destroyed for almost 4 centuries now. Uh, there was somewhat of a crisis when the forest was burning and the settlement was destroyed and it was abandoned. Well, in any case, at the Elven Tower ruins, there is movement that has been happening, and some of our scouts have gone missing. We would like the five of you to go and investigate it and figure out what is what is happening over there and report to us. And once your debt to us is paid, you will be returned back home safe and sound.
I mean, just like probably it's been tried or something, but why isn't a truce being formed with this? What's his name? Pearson?
Yes, here's some the Prince of Fools. Well, we have tried. It is not like we haven't taken diplomacy as the route, but last time we sent an someone to try the hand the diplomacy. All we got in return was their head.
Well, okay.
So
It
how
seems the man has
are
finally
we willing
gone.
to resolve it now?
Well, the we don't know what he is up to. Worst comes to worst, we will have to end the fight with him violently, but we hope it doesn't come to that.
But it could.
So what are these?
But it could. You were asking?
Yeah. So what are this here some goals? Like what does he want to achieve?
His goal is simple to make sure every creature that does not originate in the Feywild is returned back to where they came from. He has usually been non-violent about it, but I don't know why sometimes he seems to lose his sanity and do anything. But we really don't understand him. There's a reason why they call him the Prince of Fools.
Is that his
He
only
does seem to be a troubled character.
reason to kill people?
He doesn't, well, at least he hasn't tried massacring. And I think that is a good thing. He hasn't tried massacring everything that does not originate in the Feywild. But he will not listen to any political decisions or negotiations that we have tried to have with him.
So a question: does Trendon know about this inclusions from non-fey folk into Feywilds?
You know a little about it, but you will have to roll a history to know more.
Right,
Specifically about the history of the invasions.
right. Oh, 20, 920.
Nat 20. Perfect. So, you recall when you were young, you were told the entire stories because, well, your family was somewhat in the direction of like political equality and like finding a negotiating diplomatic environment. So, you were told the stories of how the different courts came to be. You were told about how these creatures, so certain portals opened, there was convergence of different planes during which portals opened all over Feywild, which allowed people from all different planes to emerge on this particular land. Giants emerged and they found themselves hiding in the Underdark, getting changed to become Fomorians. You recall other creatures like hags, which emerged from other planes and then adopted to the charming climate of this place and became magically empowered with fey magic. Mixing of blood happened, and over time, it resulted in some sort of conflicts across territories, across different ethnicities, which was finally resolved by the establishment of different courts where the Archfey would take power and make sure that the conflicts within their subjects was resolved peacefully. But it is a very sensitive order, and archfays often have arguments within themselves, which doesn't seem to be resolved very easily.
Right. So I understand this, but I'm still shocked by the behavior of the Saraschi, the Satyr.
You know that archfey can, while fey creatures are typically not very eager to get into violence, when aggravated, they are not forgiving.
Right. So in Rindan is actually kind of unsettled and kind of curious with what's happening in his home, basically. So
Mhm.
he agrees to go to that camp, and he
So,
says this to others as well.
one of you is in. What about your friends?
Do I get a sense like why does she want, like does she actually need our help to solve this issue and like go in and check out, or does she like want us to like
Roll
get
for
rid of us?
insight.
It's 18.
Okay. You notice that in her eyes, the four of you don't seem equivalent to having Adria around. She is, well, to your understanding, she's probably underestimating you. And her goal might not be as simple as you having to go there. It's her look, her figure, it seems like it's all a little offhand. She wants you to go there, but maybe not because you can solve the situation, but maybe it would be a good distraction.
You told us, you asked us our details and introductions. You never introduced yourself.
Well, pardon me, I did miss my notice. I am Vinetra. I am the Shire Knight of the Autumn Winds. I am the commander of the Spring Eladrin forces over here, and I have been charged to find Hyrsam and end his folly.
Okay, and you also mentioned something like Hirsam has sent his forces down somewhere. I mean, the place where you're sending us, is that near where his forces are supposed to be?
Well, it should be not more than an hour of walking up towards the northeast. You wouldn't have any trouble finding the ruins. They're in a large opening.
Again, that was not the question. The question was whether the forces that he has sent down, is it in vicinity of the place we are supposed to go to?
We don't know. The scouts never returned. But
Hmm.
it was a small force, so we don't know. Maybe they have been captured.
Oh well. I suppose I'm never again coming back to the Feywild. So when in Rome, and I'll just like kind of like snap, and Mage Hand just goes over and plucks a fruit and brings it back to him. So he's just like he's eating on that.
And she's looking at you. Well, familiar with magic, are you? Well, maybe it will come to your use when you complete this quest for us. The others, are you in or are you out?
Yeah, we'll look into this problem of yours.
Sounds easy enough. Just investigating.
Well, it is easy enough. Then, I guess, I guess we can let you go. She says, you can stand up now.
Get up, gather our things.
Yeah, I'll just
So,
pick up my rapier and
Trindon, you said your name was Eladrin?
Yeah.
You know the place then. You will be able to make your way
Yes.
over there.
Yes. I remember the name. I remember the place, and I start walking towards the place.
Well, then, we will wait at the camp to the east of the ruins. Find me there once you're done.
I say okay and start walking.
So, all of you gather your things, and you see that with one swift jump, the two spies, the two elves were jumping on the tree tops, jump back onto the trees and jump between trees and disappear into the rustling leaves. The veteran walks alongside Venetra as they move towards the east and disappear into the light of the forest. You are left alone, and led by Trinton, you start to the making your way towards the settlement that is now a ruin. We are going to take a 5 minute break for water, washroom, anything you would like to do, and then we'll get started with part two of the game. Cool?
yeah, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Trinity work status. Zazira, you back? Cleric. Okay. Okay, are we waiting for Zazira? Cool. Uh,
I'm here.
cool. Okay. Let's get started. Back to the game. So, for around half an hour, you guys have been walking, led by Trindon, who is taking you along the path that he is somewhat familiar with from his past. Um, Anything you'd like to do on your journey? Anything you'd like to talk with each other about?
I mean, I'll just ask the others like what they have been up to. So, I mean, it's been long since we last met, so it's better to catch up right now. I don't know when we'll again meeting again.
So, what have the others been up to? Hello? Was Isaac audible?
Yeah.
Good.
Wait, is my voice audible? What
Yeah,
I
your
said?
voice is audible now. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I see that I've been traveling along different places, and but I'm not really in the mood to speak a lot because of all the things that are happening. So I take out my pan flute and start playing a tune, kind of summer tune.
Okay. A tune that you learned when you were a child. Uh,
Yeah.
and the forest is reminding you of the past days when things were relatively calmer. There wasn't any open conflict happening in the Feywild at that time. Uh, well, at least all conflict was shrouded under riddles and snide remarks and sarcastic comments. Uh,
Uh,
so, as you guys are walking down the road, for walking for another half an hour or so, you find yourself at a clearing. Tridon, this is where you remember the settlement was. You remember in the past there used to be a large wall used to surround the entire settlement, protecting it from any creatures that might mean the villagers harm. Uh, but now, as you come to the edge of the clearing, you see in front of you the old crumbled ruins of the wall. And within the walls, in the distance, you see that the stone buildings that once used to exist here have all been completely dilapidated and destroyed. And there's vines growing all over them. There is moss on the surface of the broken, fallen rocks. It is very, very different from the way you remembered it. Even more so, you even notice a large ravine that has opened alongside this particular settlement, where once used to be a small stream. It has become a dry ravine, which is like a few tens of feet down, that goes a few tens of feet down, and you would have to probably cross it if you want to reach the ruins. However, in the distance, all of you, beyond the walls, you notice that there is smoke coming off.
So I'm being interested about the ruins. I try to investigate whether there is anything interesting I can glean from them, other than whatever was told.
Okay. So go ahead, roll for investigation. What are the others doing?
Can I see like where the
Verbius,
smoke
you are
is
not
coming?
Verbius, you are not audible. Also, Thetis, can you go ahead first?
Yeah. Can I see where the smoke is coming from? See if there's like anyone there.
Roll for perception.
Okay. 17.
17. You look for the source of the smoke, and from in between the broken part of the ruins, you notice the a campfire which is in its dying flames, that is there somewhere beyond the walls. You can see only small flickers of it through this. You can try and maybe cross the ravine and then look between the walls to see what there is, but from this angle you can see there's a campfire over there.
Okay. Can I like go closer?
So when you come close to this one, Isaac, I wait, who was doing the investigation role?
Yeah, I
Trindle?
was doing. I got 11.
11. You look around, and from this distance and this angle you don't really see much, but what you do notice is that there is the remnants of a old stone bridge that has been roughly constructed to get you past the ravine.
Okay, so I point this out to others.
Thetis, you notice right as you were looking at it, you notice where Trindon is pointing, and you see the stone bridge which you can use to cross the ravine.
Um, like, can I ask someone to follow me also? Like
Go
anyone wants
ahead.
to follow me? Join me in this checking this place out.
Sure.
Okay, so
I'll go along with her. Just while I'm walking, so like
Hmm.
this this dilapidated structure that there is,
Yeah.
um, how old exactly does it seem to be, and like is it like an elven of sort of like
Uh,
architecture?
uh, so, as part of how old, so I would like you to make an investigation, or his investigation is probably the best one. Investigation check. Verbius, you are not audible. Wait, let me. Can you try saying? No,
That
no.
will be a 9.
That will be a 9. You fathom like the state of the ruins, considering the state of the ruins, it is significantly old, at least a few centuries. Uh, what you are also a little confused about is you can't really get the architecture of it, but as per what you have know from the material plane, as far as what you know from the material plane, that is approximately what elvens do, but this is more articulate and floral than the ones you are used to from the material plane.
Okay, okay.
uh Verbius, there's a lot of back.
Yes.
Are you playing the music via your speaker? Because it's very loud.
Oh, just a second. I'll wait. Yeah.
No, are you on your speaker? Because we are getting the music
Yeah.
from your voice.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Can
I'll
you,
do. I'll do something about it.
yeah, just reduce the volume a little?
Yeah. Is the disturbance still there?
No, not as much. Can you now share the screen? All by audio screen? Cool, cool. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
perfect. Uh,
Verbius will. Yeah. It was anyone in middle of something. Okay.
it's okay. Um, okay. So, Verbius, let's go back to what Thetis was doing. Thetis, who is following you?
Isaac and
Isaac?
someone
Okay.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, so Isaac, about the ruins, you can tell they're at least a few centuries old, and it's roughly elven make, but it's more floral.
Okay,
Okay,
okay. And this used to be a settlement from the earlier concession, what we understand.
it seems so. At least Triton seems to think so. Um, okay. So Verbius, you were saying? Verbius, you were saying? Okay, cool. Okay. So all of you are so Thetis, you are making your way along the stone bridge alongside Isaac, and someone else was also following, right?
Yeah, but I'm not
Was
sure.
it Trindon or Verbius or
Yeah, I
Zazira?
was also going towards the
Okay, so
stone bridge.
Trindon is also following. So as the three of you cross the bridge, I want you to make an acrobatics check. Uh, to see how well you can keep your balance because it's quite narrow.
23.
Okay, that is perfect. You nimbly make your way across the stone bridge.
That's a 15.
It's a 15. You also make it. You slip a little at the moment, but you regain your balance and make your way past.
It's a 10 for me.
As you are crossing the stone bridge, uh, a particular rock, a pebble, just slips under your feet, and your leg just goes slipping down, and there's like the sound of pebbles rolling down, and one of the two people who are in the front, I want you to roll a uh, acrobatics check or a flat. Okay, so let's just make it a dex check or a strength check, up to you. So you have to decide one of you who is going to do this. Who wants to do it? Thetis and Isaac, either of you can do it.
I rolled an 8.
Okay. That is not gonna be enough. Uh, as this happens, Trindon, your leg slips and you go straight tumbling down to the bottom of the ravine. But luckily, because of the bridge's slope, you don't hurt yourself much. Uh, however, you do take. This is gonna be 10 points of so. Let's see. That is 6 points of damage. You slide
Right.
down.
Has he fallen into the middle of it, or
Uh, he is falling to the middle of the, and he has just slid down the side of the stone bridge. Uh,
Wait. So am I on the stone bridge or
okay?
am
I'll
I
try
falling down the
to get
ravine?
as close as
okay,
possible.
you
I'll
are
try to rush
falling
over
down
to
the
the
ravine
ravine.
along the side of the stone bridge.
Huh.
So
Right.
you find yourself at the bottom, uh, and this created some amount of noise. You hear sudden flurry of sounds from beyond the wall, and you hear the voice of a few people who are on the other side of the wall. They're not coming directly in this direction, but they're just looking around.
Okay.
Uh,
Can we like hide away?
So you both have crossed. So the two of you can immediately try to hide behind the walls of the ruins. So that can be a stealth check. Uh, the others who haven't crossed yet, what is your plan?
Is like there's
There are trees and there are bushes
some
where
like
you can hide
foliage
yourself.
around
Yeah,
to hide
there are
it.
trees and bushes where you can hide it.
Yeah,
the
we'll try to get behind that.
stealth will be a 15.
Stealth will be a
15.
15.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's see, the map is loading on Owlbear Rodeo for all of you. Uh, stealth will be 15. You managed to hide yourself quite well. Thetis, what's your stealth roll?
Mine was a 6.
Is 6.
Yeah.
Um, you stumble around to find a place to hide yourself, but your
Uh,
armor is
uh,
quite heavy and clunky. Zarzire,
I
go
was
ahead.
about to go and see where Sandman has fallen.
I'm sorry, your voice wasn't audible. Can you repeat yourself? Hello, Zarzire, can you hear us?
I think it dropped off.
Yeah. Okay. So we
Yeah.
will wait. We'll deal with him when he comes back. But Thetis, you try to hide yourself, and you try to find a place to hide, and you find approximately behind a wall. You're not sure if you are visible or not completely, but you have reasonably hidden yourself. The other people are just going around the ruins, looking around to see if they can find anything. I'm a roll for them.
Can
Yeah,
I do
I'll
one
go
thing
to
at this point?
where Sandman
Go
is
ahead.
to see there's a hiding spot there. Where,
Okay, yeah. So
yeah, I'll
when it comes
go
to
close
Trindon,
to where Sandman is. If
mm-hmm.
there is a safe way to get there.
Okay. So right now people are walking around.
Hello.
Where Trindon is at the bottom of the ravine. Zazira, can you hear me?
I think he's not.
Yeah. So in any case, Zazire proceeds to where Trindon is. and that's at the bottom of the ravine. Written at the bottom of the ravine, you see that there is a steadily small trickling stream that's going down along that particular ravine, and there is. It is still possible for you to climb along the side and reach the top. It's not going to be very easy and probably might make some noise. So you can try
Right.
and hide in the ravine.
So I wanted to ask one thing. There is this thing called phase step, right, which I have.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use that here?
Can you repeat? I'm sorry.
Phase step. Phase step.
Okay,
Can I
yeah,
use? Can
definitely.
I use that to climb the ravine?
Um, can you read out the description for me?
Wait. Um, it's
Essentially, it's a misty step with a additional.
Yeah,
yeah. It's basically you can cast the Misty Step spell once using the state. You regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. Yeah.
yeah. You can do it self. You can do it on yourself. To designate a point within range, the range is how much feet or 2 levels, 25 feet plus two, or 2 levels. Yeah, you totally can.
So I crossed the bridge using this. Like I climb up the
Other
ravine
side
using.
of this one, you
Yeah.
you use your Fey ability of teleportation to immediately teleport yourself using Phase Step to the top of the ravine. When Zarzire proceeds to look into the ravine and see, he sees that it's empty, and then he looks up and you're on the other side. Zarzire, are you around?
Yeah, yeah. I look surprised and sort of pleased, and sort of beckon him towards a bush to hide in.
Okay.
Right, the thing that I was actually going to do that I mentioned. No?
Go ahead.
So I heard Thed is kind of making that sound right while she's trying to hide. Can I see her still at this point?
You can see her. She is not trying to hide from you. She's trying to hide from who's beyond the wall.
Right. No, why I meant is like, did she turn a corner and I can't catch
No, no,
sight of
no,
it?
no.
That's why
You
I'm
can
saying.
see
Okay.
her. You can see her.
Right. I will use minor illusion and
Mhm.
kind of like cloud that area and like so that it merges with the surroundings. So essentially,
Perfect.
like yeah. So it's like a camouflage around her.
Camouflage around her. That's a great use of minor illusion. Um, okay. But that's 5 feet plus 5 feet. Yeah, that should be fine. That's more than enough area for minor illusion. You managed to camouflage it to a further extent. That is going to be very much required because I need you to roll, Thetis. I need you to roll another stealth check now with advantage because of the camouflage. Because the person who is investigating rolled an at 20.
21.
Awesome. That's the only way you would have succeeded. So you stay completely still without moving a single inch, and the illusion somewhat is maintained as this happens. And the person comes in, looks around, looks at all of you, and doesn't seem to notice any of you here. Everyone is reasonably hidden. He does notice some flurry, and he just like turns around, looks at you, looks in all direction, looks into the ravine, and everywhere he sees that the rocks have moved, and he starts moving. And this person that you see over here has complete green skin, sharp pointy ears, and not like any other creature you have ever seen, any other humanoid creature you have ever seen before.
Does Tindon recognize who this is?
This will You will have to roll a nature check to know what
Okay,
this
cool.
is.
I mean, is it as like tall as us, or is it like very
It is
pretty
as
short?
tall as you. It is
As tall
as
as us.
tall as you. It is pretty much the height and the figure of a human, but is number one ripped. Number two is green skinned, very long, sharp, pointy ears, almost like a goblin rather than a elf.
It's a 19.
It's a 19. You have read certain journals talking about such creatures known as Githyanki. Uh, that is a Githyanki warrior in front of you. He looks around and is making.
Where am I at this point?
Hello? Go ahead. What did he say?
Yeah. Where am I at this point, if I could
So,
clarify?
yeah. So, you would be. Did you cross the ravine? You did not, right? No, you crossed the ravine.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you haven't crossed the ravine. So you are on this side of the ravine. You haven't crossed
I
it
said
yet,
I
and you
would
have hidden yourself in the
hide in the
bushes.
trees.
Yeah. So you have hidden yourself in the bushes, and you were not visible from the distance. The man comes and then starts to make their way back to this one. And as he goes, you hear him saying in common, hear him saying in Sylvan rather, that uh, be on the watch. There is someone around here. The bridge seems to have moved.
Okay.
Rishika, where am I? Like am I on this side of the bridge or I crossed?
So let's place all of you. Firstly, let's place the cleric. The cleric would be where is the cleric tag? Cleric would be over. Wait. So cleric, you have moved. So you have hidden yourself over here in the rocks. Uh, then there is can you tell me your classes again?
Bard.
Bard, where are you?
Paladin.
I mean, I crossed over and you said that like there was some place to hide behind a wall or something. So I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, the map is kind of inaccurate, so we're just going to place you over here. You've hidden yourself. Uh, we'll move to the next one.
Paladin
Paladin, you are on the
is in the bushes.
bushes, so we'll place you here. Yeah. We have the warlock. The warlock is going to be uh, near the raven, still hidden in the bushes. And finally, we have uh, who are we missing?
The warlock.
The,
Which
Zazie.
warlock?
I put the
I
warlock there, right?
think a ranger maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. A tiefling, yeah.
No. Who's the what was the last? So we have Thetis over here. We have Trindon. So I'll just go to point them out. So we have Thetis over here. We have Thetis over here. We have Isaac over here. We have Trindon. We have Trindon. Zazira over here. We have uh, Paladin over here. So Verbius over here. We are missing Trindon.
I'm there, right?
Yeah,
The warlock.
warlock.
Here. Like near the Rhine.
Yeah. So near the ravine over here. Okay, cool. So that is where we'll keep the five of you for now. You see that the git has appeared over there and has made its way back. And when you look back to where it is heading, you see that over there now, it's a little more clearly visible. There is a large tower ruin onto the side, and next to it, there is a small outpost that has been built where you see at this point one of these Githyanki warrior, you see a satyr, you see a small gnome-like creature, but even shorter, wearing a red cap on its head. Um, you also see three elves who are just sitting down next to the three elves who are sitting down next to the campfire.
Two questions here. First question is
Mhm.
the commander that we met. What was the name? I forgot. Something.
Vinitra?
The Vinith, right? Did they have a sort of coat of arms or something Sigil.
You think back at anything you might have seen. They did have a recurring symbol on their sword and their armor, and it was somewhat like a leaf entangled by flowered vines.
Okay. Second question is, do these creatures, do any of them have such a
Coat of arms
symbol, yeah, on
on
the
any of
uniforms?
them. Uh, Roll for perception. They're still a little far away.
Okay. Sorry. That will be a 17.
Okay. That'll be a 17. Look around and nothing particularly of such seems to be of notice. None of them seem to be in any sort of a uniform. Everyone seems to be wearing their own things. They seem to be working together, but there's nothing visually seeming to make them gel together.
Okay. So once the Githyanki, he hasn't told us, right? That's a Githyanki. So when this creature,
Hmm.
like walks past us and is a bit far away, I'll tell this to. Doesn't seem to be well members of the scout party. Probably raiders or I don't know, some unwanted folks.
Yeah. So I tell them what Githyanki told in Sylvan,
Hmm.
tell Isaac and Thetis. And then I also look at them and try to remember whether I know anything about these people from when I was here. Like anything about which clan they belong to or what the politics was.
Okay, roll for history. So, at this point, the Githyanki guard has somewhat gone further away to the distance and doesn't seem to be
It's 15.
it's 15. The
Yeah.
Githyanki, yeah, 15. So the Githyanki soldier has gone back to the outpost itself and is just looking around, investigating things, keeping an eye out. But otherwise, it doesn't seem to have noticed any of you yet. You are looking at them, and this seems to be a very ragtag set of people. This doesn't seem like any organized group of people, because typically they are belonging to one ethnicity or have something that at least puts them together. This is pure and simple anarchy.
Right, I see. So I tell these to others and say, perhaps these are the Archfey's folks. And it might be better to not, to be at least hidden from them.
So at this
But
point, you have a
what
reasonably
to get?
clear sight of the outpost, so you can try and investigate things. Someone was saying something. I cut them off. Sorry.
Yeah, so I was going to ask that, like, the tower that, like, the commander mentioned, is this the very tower that, like, we are standing in front of, or is it some other one? And I'll ask this to the Eladrin, Triton, right?
Trindon.
Trindon,
Yeah,
yeah, Trindon. Okay.
yeah. I yeah, I think that that's the tower that the elf had told us about. The elf commander had told us about.
Mm-hmm. Zazire, what are you doing? Okay. Your voice is not audible. It's cutting off. Okay, we'll come back to Zazire. Thetis, what are you doing?
Uh, okay, I turn towards Isaac and Trin and I say, should we find out what they're up to, see what they're doing, so we can report back to Vinitra?
I mean, that was just one part of our deal, right? I think she also mentioned what happened to the scout party. That also we have to find out.
Yeah, okay. But these people, they might know what has happened to them. But I also don't think they are very welcoming to outsiders. So What do you think we should do?
DM, before I answer her question,
Mm-hmm.
just one query. Uh, According to the map, it seems like a pretty open area, but you said that it's not actually too
Yeah,
very. So,
very
are there
accurate. There
right?
are.
Are coverings that can lead us to the tower, or
Yeah,
is it like
so over here, this only like the key points of the map are given over here, but in general, there are a lot more rocks out jutting and like appearing all across the place. So you can sneak your way slowly closer to this place, and beyond the tower itself, there are possibly other things, but in general there are a lot of things that you can hide behind. This is bare so that like if the battle emerges, people can see what's happening and not it's not cluttered. But
right, right,
in general, think of it as old crumbled ruins with a lot of rocks jutting out all over the place.
right? Thanks for the clarification.
Cool.
Can
Um, yeah, so I'll
can I
answer to
make my
Titi's
way
that.
over to the my party members?
Yes, you can
Yeah,
cross the
like cross
ravine.
the ravine.
So you can take the so you have two options. You can take the stone bridge, which you'll have to balance across, and possibly fall and attract attention, as you saw has already happened. Or you could try and jump across or throw a rope across and use that to climb, because there's already people on the other side.
I'll try to jump. Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah, I'll try to jump across.
Yeah, so it's around 10 feet wide, so it is going to be a little of a hard jump, but all the best, I guess. Athletics.
I mean, I have a good athletics. That's why I'm confident.
Yeah,
Like I should
this is
jump.
if you roll more than 15, you are in.
Let's see. Natural 20.
You do you do like you just jump across, and your like your legs, your strength, you pretty much underestimated it, or well estimated it just right, as you just jump and land on the other side in a flourish without making a single sound or attracting any attention. Others look at him, and that would be that was a sight to see.
Artemis is still on the other side, and I'm like wondering how to get her here. But I'll like connect with my party and see what, like ask them what our next plan is. So what are we going to do now? Are we fighting them? Are we going to
I mean,
enter their
to
tower?
be honest, I'm not exactly very keen on fighting anyone. I was actually hoping if we could get into the tower without, well, obviously alerting them. So that's that.
I can
I
make us
agree
all
with
a
Isaac.
little bit sneaky, like hidden a little bit. So yeah, that can help if you want to like be unseen from the people inside the tower.
I mean, that would definitely be helpful. And that is to answer your question. Well, I was actually hoping not to engage this slot right now, at least, because we don't know the demeanor or how they are going to behave. It might also attract unwanted attention, which is already inside of the tower.
Okay, so the plan is to go to the tower without anyone
I
knowing.
am thinking of that. What do you suggest? Do have idea in mind. I can well sort of make a sort of like sound of running footsteps away, much away from our region, so that they could pick up on that sound and well chase in that direction. So that would clear up some passage for us, and we can enter into the tower. I mean, do you suggest that would be a good idea?
Uh, we could try. I mean, I have no other idea, so we could try that.
I'll turn to the others. What say you guys?
Sure, a distraction works best, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's the case, I will use my minor illusion again, and
Mm-hmm.
this time it's sort of like uh, sound of like feet rushing away from our direction and into the forest. It is not even in vicinity of our region. It's like at a point which is
Ah,
far,
okay.
much far away.
Okay. What's the range on your minor illusion?
It is a 30 feet.
30 feet. Cool. So you immediately use your magic to create the sound of multiple footsteps just rushing away in a flurry into the forest. Let's roll for perception for the people. Okay, 19 perception. Okay, you see that the druid who was there, so the three elves, one of them is wearing druidic gear. So the druid's ears immediately go up and she starts looking, and you notice she has you notice her face. She's looking around. Did you hear that? That direction. Go on, run. And immediately you see that she's in command. And the Gityang is like, yes, ma'am. And he just starts running. And you see him running, and he jumps across the ravine. He lands on the other side barely, and he climbs himself up, and he starts running towards the forest. And you see behind him two tiny glowing balls of light going right, following, like chaotically moving behind him. And the small red cap is also going around and is standing at the edge of the ravine. Do you see anything? The voice is just chasing further into the forest as you hear the sound of running footsteps. Oh god! Should have picked me up and gone with me. And that's a tiny red cap speaking. Uh, I guess I'll wait here. And he goes and sits down at the edge of the ravage with his legs dangling.
Wait, where exactly is the red cap?
The red
With
cap
respect to
would
us?
be, yeah. So the red cap would be over here. Let me just put him over here. What do I use for red cap? I'll just. He's just sitting here.
Um, where are the others? They left the area, is it?
Yeah, the others. So one of the druid herself is, so the druid herself is standing somewhere over here. So let me put. Oh God, why is okay? This seems to be going a little crazy. Give me a second. Okay, give me a second. My owlbear rodeo is misbehaving a little. Let me just reload. So okay. So do you see my pointer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is where the
Yeah.
red cap is. The druid is standing somewhere around here at the top. Okay.
Hmm.
The two elves that were there are waiting. Have also, like, they've gone in different directions and are looking out. They don't seem to be here at the exact outpost yet. They're just randomly exploring. Um, the red cap is over here, and the others have gone out of sight in the forest.
DM, I would like to use an spell, Unseen Servant,
Mm-hmm.
to distract the other elves which are present near the outpost. So,
So
like,
what do you want to make the your unseen servant do?
yeah, so I wanted to go to the other side of the wall, like above, and then kind of throw rocks at the people. Small rocks just to distract them, to lead them to the other side, away from the tower. Is it
Okay,
possible?
so from, yeah, it's totally possible. From the other side of the wall, in a completely different direction, your unseen servant appears and starts lobbing pieces of the rock that's on the ground, small pieces, pebble sized, but just randomly throwing. And one of them goes and hits the druid, and she's like, huh, where's that coming from? And then another rock just comes flying across and goes in front of her face. She's like, what the fuck? And then she starts running in that direction and goes towards that direction. The two elves who were like randomly exploring have come over here and are following her. And before she did, you see that she dropped a journal that she was writing in on the bed sheet, that is the bed that is there, the bedroll that is there on the ground. She just drops it there and has gone chasing in that direction.
Okay. Okay. And how far is this like from us approximately?
So approximately 50 feet ish.
50 feet.
So, are we going to go inside now? I whisper to the others.
I'd like to go to the tower like as stealthily as possible while trying to collect the journal,
Okay.
like together as a group.
I
Yeah.
cast pass without
Without a
trace on
trace.
everyone.
Amazing timing for pass without a trace. Everyone roll for stealth and add +10 to your rolls.
Great. And I'll just do one thing. So, like, as we are passing by, so there are like kind of gaps in this
Mm-hmm.
broken down walls, and right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, just to ensure that no one sees us, so like every time, like when we are just going to be crossing that section, I'll just minor illusion and kind of camouflage that area so that like it reflects the surrounding essentially.
Must. Okay. So that will give you an advantage. So you have a stealth roll with advantage and a +10. So
It's
go on
advantage,
ahead.
so that okay.
You roll two d20s, you take the higher and add a 10 plus your
So,
modifier.
so
It's
Nah,
already
I
that's
24
have
for me.
I
Do I
have
need to do the
disadvantage
advantage?
usually
Go
because
ahead, go ahead. One by one. Zarzire, what's your roll?
The highest
Okay, I
four.
don't.
I mean, the advantage did not is going to help a lot. I think.
Okay. So that is a higher one is 4. So that is 14. That is still enough. Uh, Others, Vibius?
uh, I had disadvantage, so I rolled again. So just a single roll.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 16, so that is 25.
6, more than enough. 25, more than enough. Isaac,
25.
more than enough. Trindon,
Yeah, I rolled 14 plus 10, so 24. The other one
24.
was nat 1.
Okay. Thetis,
Same 24.
24. All of you move without any problems across the different parts of the ruins, and you find yourself at the outpost where the people are there, right next to the tower. You can go in either direction. What do you want to do?
Uh, can I rummage through the
Roll
see
for
if there's stuff?
investigation.
I'll keep a watch out to see what the position of the others are.
I
Roll
cast
for
guidance.
perception. Cast
I
guidance on
cast.
yourself, so add a 1d4.
Okay. So
Okay.
it's 11.
18 perception.
Okay. You 18 perception. And your what's your this one? Investigation.
11.
Okay. 11. With 11, you get access to, you just rummage around and there's not much other than ruins, and just going through the belongings of these people, your eye catches the sight of the druid's journal, which you immediately proceed to pick it up. However, when you open the book, what languages do you know? Do you understand how to read Sylvan?
No.
Okay. So you cannot read what's in the journal.
I take the journal and
I
go back
think I can help
to
with that if
bed.
I notice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have invocation Eyes of the Runekeeper, which means I can read
Hmm.
all text.
Languages.
Yeah, Zerziri, so I
Yeah.
know Sylvan, so you need not use the spell slot.
But
Oh,
it's not
okay.
a
Yeah.
spell slot. It's his
Oh,
ability.
okay, sure. Okay, sorry.
But in any case, the two of you can read it. Now the question is, with your perception roll, you have noticed that they seem to have figured out that there was nothing there and they're on their way back.
We run back
I
to the tower.
tell them, I think the distraction is up. They are going to be returning very fast.
I'm going to do two things here. First is
Hmm.
I'll cast minor illusion again, and this time I'll do like so. We have the book, right? So
Hmm.
where the book actually was, I'll create a duplicate of it. So immediately, like
Okay.
she won't realize that that book actually
Okay.
has gone.
Okay.
Second thing is, does the tower seem to have any door, or is it just like an open like archway in the tower
It
that
is
we can
an
enter
open
through?
archway in the tower, which is somewhat broken already, but if you enter, you can hide inside.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I'll
Okay.
point to the others like, guys, we should go ahead. Better not waste time.
So immediately you guys go inside and proceed to hide. Inside the tower, it is pretty much the sky is half broken, the ceiling is half broken, and you can see that the sky is leaking in. The light is leaking in. There's very few places to hide, but well, the ceiling has broken down and fallen onto the ground, which gives you certain places that you can hide yourself in. You still have pass without a trace on, so go on ahead, roll for stealth and add a +10. Thetis, you have the book, right? So I'm assuming Zarzire and Trindon are close by enough to you that you can start reading the book together.
Okay.
Wait, so we are hiding still, right?
Inside the tower, you're hiding where? What?
Yeah. So
Zazire?
I have yeah, I have one with shadows, which means I mean
Mm-hmm.
extra stealth if we are not moving.
Yeah, you're hiding in the shadow. You're not moving and you're in the shadows, yes. So you can roll your extra whatever
Okay.
ability
Yeah.
it gives you. Cool. So
No,
tell
no,
me your rolls.
that makes me invisible. So
Oh, then you're good. So you are pretty much invisible. Others, what's your rolls?
22.
22.
21.
Uh,
It's 14 for me.
14, that is with the +10 added.
Yes.
Cool. Uh, Others?
14.
Okay. Uh, Now for the minor illusion. Thetis, what was your score?
22.
Okay, so everyone is, at least for now, seems reasonably fine. That was an 18 on the investigation. There was a 19 in investigation check to see the journal.
Okay.
The druid returns, looks at the ground. Wait, what? And she immediately goes and she touches the journal and her hand just passes through. What? Where's my journal? Ulgard! Ulgard! Come back right here. There's someone here. My journal's gone. She looks around and these people, and they're all looking around investigating. Meanwhile, the three of you in your hidden position are looking at the book that you have in your hands.
DM, a question.
Go
So,
ahead.
is my unseen servant still there, the spell?
Your unseen servant duration, I believe, was
1 hour.
1 hour. So yes, it's still there.
Do I notice that these people are doing this? Like the hand going through? No, right?
You can see only parts of it from within the tower, but yeah, you can see a
Okay,
little
sure.
bit of what's happening.
Sure. Yeah.
So the guards are going around. You guys are looking at the book. Opening the book and reading the Sylvan, You notice that this seems to be somewhat of an official diary, and this druid woman, whose name seems to be Elandra, is the one who is leading this particular group of people, and they are, as you suspected, in under the retinue of Hirsam, and they seem to be talking about Hirsam's plan to tap into something known as the dream well, to destroy all of the Fomorians, the Goblinoids, and all other non-Fey invaders into the Feywild. It going to the next page, you notice, let me see how far the others have come to noticing you. Okay, not enough. So you read on further and see that the dream well is located towards the northwest from this place, and it there is some sort of a large mansion where you can where this particular dream well is there, which has some magical abilities. It seems to be a fountain with magical abilities, and it seems to be within a old mansion. And Hisam is on his way over there and is preparing to do it by tomorrow morning. And it seems it's getting quite late at night, or it's getting quite late in the evening now. So in a few hours, Hirsam will be ready to finish his spell.
Guys, I think this is what we should tell Vinitra. It seems urgent.
We need to get out of
I agree with
this.
Tetis.
And as you are silently whispering to each other, you hear a smooth, deep voice suddenly call out to all of you from the direction of the camp. Well, 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 well. I am impressed by your resourcefulness. Come out now, and perhaps we can come to an agreement. Or you could run and hide, and we will be sure to hunt you down like animals. The choice is yours. You have a minute.
Okay, does she say that we have a minute? I'll immediately start casting Leon's tiny hut. No, that is a ritual that takes exact.
Okay, you start casting. You start doing your ritual.
I'll get my weapons ready if things go south.
Um, Again, DM question. So the Venitra was somewhere to the east of the tower, right?
Vinitra was to the east of the tower.
Yeah. I do not know exactly how the unseen servant works, but can I send message to her using that?
Not that much range.
Okay, cool.
But like, how far away would she be? Like, we know that?
Vinitra, you assume at least half an hour's distance?
So just to clarify one thing,
Mm-hmm.
the diary speaks that Hirsam will have like has arrived at the
Dreamwell
mansion,
Mansion. Mm-hmm.
Rival Mansion already, and is supposed to complete the
Co-
spell within some time.
yes.
Okay.
30 seconds
So,
pass.
do we know the source
You
of
have 30
the
more
loud voice?
seconds. Zazire, go ahead.
Yeah, do we know the source of the loud voice?
It seems to be some man who is standing right outside. This is not a voice that you have heard before. This is a new voice. This is a man, seems to be some sort of masculine presenting person who is standing outside the tower where the camp was.
Um,
Uh,
can I use my unseen servant to like distract them or hit them? Because it's
You
not an attack
can,
spell, right?
yeah, you can throw pebbles, but like that's all it can do. So, like,
uh,
Right.
it can't really attack, right? Unseen servants can't
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
attack
yeah,
anyone.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Uh,
Verbius, you're saying something?
so Artemis is on the other side.
Other
Can
side of the
Artemis
ravine.
see the person who's talking? Yeah,
Artemis would
because
be
I
able
can
to
speak
see.
telepathically. Yeah, because I can
Yes.
communicate telepathically with my steed.
Yes.
So can
So
she tell me what this person?
Artemis, through the ruins, she can see what is happening, and she tells you that they have some people have appeared from the other side where that druid woman went. It's a green fellow like the one who came running earlier. Uh, and along with them, there are two more elves. They're all there.
I asked the others. There are a lot of people around. What is our plan? Are we going to fight them or are we supposed to run?
We will
15 more
So
sec.
how
15 more
many?
seconds. How many people
At
are
least
out there right
five.
now? Uh,
At least five.
the Githyanki who had ran away is back, along with two other sprites.
Yeah.
Alongside that is a red cap who has also returned to his post. There are three elves, one druid, two more roguish people, and two more new elves, and another new Githyanki person who has arrived.
Oh no. Well, I cast this spell, Blade Ward on myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh, yeah. Wait, can I also cast it on other
So few
members of my
seconds is
party?
I'll.
what? A little over two
Bladia
turns.
word is concentration, I think. Yes. Yes.
I can cast. I also want to cast Blade Water myself.
Okay. Cool.
Uh, uh,
I'll cast bless as soon as like the timing out on myself,
Mm-hmm.
uh, uh Trindon and
Mm-hmm.
Thetis.
Okay. Uh,
So all three
so
of us have
all
bless.
of you have some sort of protection now. And remember, if it's a concentration spell, concentration is important. 15 seconds pass. Do you
um,
come out or do you stay hidden?
so I try to go out and speak with in Sylvan with these guys.
Oh wait, hold on, hold on. I have a spell as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
DM, just one question here.
Mm-hmm.
It
Go
says
ahead.
that in the tiny hut, it says that creatures and objects within the dome, when you cast this spell, can move through it freely. Right.
Yes.
So a crossbow bolt is an object. So in case if someone shoots from inside, the bolt should pass through.
Sure. All other creatures barred and objects. No, all other creatures and objects are barred through passing through it. So
No, no.
all
So
objects.
what it says, the creatures and objects within the dome, when you cast the spell, can move through.
Mhm.
So if I
Okay,
shoot
yeah.
from
So
inside,
you can go from inside to outside, but nothing can go from outside to inside.
right? So anyone can shoot from inside to outside. Just to clarify.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
perfect.
So you create a 10-foot mobile dome around you. And at this point, Trindon presents himself at the gateway, still within the dome, staying inside, but he reveals himself to the others. Zazira, you had a spell you wanted to cast?
Yeah, so I'll arm myself with my dagger and cast.
Mhm.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Shillela.
Shilela.
One second, I'll
Shilela.
just put the yeah.
Yeah. So Shilela, you cast Shilela, which makes a magic club, essentially, a magic weapon, turns one of your weapons into a magic weapon. So that's that. You are all prepared, and well, so an eladrin. What about your friends? Where are they? And at this point, you notice uh, a tall, lanky-looking fellow uh, with who's not wearing anything. Uh, Hello, am I audible? My screen just froze for all of you guys.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're audible.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
Uh,
we can hear you.
cool. So you see in front of you another Githyanki, red, tall, a little taller than most of you, with hair that goes like straight up, almost like a mohawk, but not horizontal. Just like generally, he's just going in all direction upwards. Uh, and he is looking at you, and he is has some sort of a circlet on his head, which is clearly elven make. He has is not wearing anything above. He has just an armband in his hand, and he's got like something kind of pants. He doesn't seem to be some sort of armored pants that he's wearing. Looks at you. Well, tell your friends to come out. We
Wait,
have no intention to cause you any harm.
wait. What friends? I was by here alone. I was just wandering around the ruins. I live in the forest beyond.
Roll
And
for
who might you be?
deception.
In the meantime, I'll just whisper to the others that, hey, anyone has a crossbow or a bow or something like that?
It's a nat 20.
I have a javelin if you need one.
I have.
So
I don't have.
for the first moment when you said I don't have any friends, uh you he looks around and says, hmm. But at that moment the others start speaking, and he rolled nat 20 on perception.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
can
rolled a nat 20 on deception plus 2.
plus 2. So he initially was deceived, but the others decided to speak. And there was
Oh.
nothing that was stopping him from hearing the others' voices. Because he too rolled a nat 20 on hearing. So, well, for a second, I believed you. But you see, I can hear them talking. Come on now. Come on out. Your resourcefulness may be of use to us, and maybe we can come into a deal that will mutually benefit us. Come on.
Yeah, I want
Or
to
do you
just
wish to
I
fight?
step out and I want to roll insight on how truthful he seems.
Uh, so roll for insight. Let's see. If you wish to fight, we can fight. I love a challenge.
Like from inside. I just tell there are too many people. We should just like try and talk ourselves out of this.
Zazire,
Oh,
what's your roll?
okay, that's great.
Thetis, I actually didn't hear you
Yeah,
last time. Did you mention that you had a crossbow or something like that, right?
No, I said I didn't have anything.
Oh, you didn't have
Okay.
any. Okay, cool, cool, cool.
Zazire, what was the result of your roll? Insight?
yeah. There's no mod.
8. He at least to you, he doesn't seem like he has any ill intention. He's quite relaxed, quite posed. He's not really bothered much. He's not clearly hostile. He's kind of nonchalant about it.
I would like to cast a True Strike on this guy. Also, like, can I cast it on others as well? Others in the.
Uh, True Strike. Let's just see. Let me just read True Strike quickly.
I think it gives you an advantage on the next attack.
Yeah, it gives you
Yeah.
advantage on the next attack for only one target.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah. So that's that. Come on now.
These
think we
guys
should
will
go.
probably kill us. Like they kill, like they don't like people from outside Feywild.
I mean, you guys could just go ahead. I'll stay inside and you guys can come in at any point of time. So, this dome is, well, sturdy as hell.
Zaraziri, what do you think? Do you think we can go out? Do
Oh,
you
I'm
think it's
already out
safe
here.
to go out and see them? Oh shit! Okay, you're the one who's out. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Zazire and Trindan, you make your way out. Well, I guess you have more friends, but well, my sight must have scared them, I guess. Uh, well, it's okay. You should not take up a challenge when you can't win. Or maybe you should. Maybe that's the fun of it. So, what brings you here? Come on. Speak up.
If
It's
Trindon
not
isn't
like
saying
I am
anything,
holding.
mumble. We stumbled into your forest gate.
Wait, DM, do they understand common speech?
They understand common.
Right.
Come on, speak up.
I mean, and just like from the inside, I'll just say,
We
dude, we
stumbled
can't even speak. We are just too
across
much,
your
well,
forest gate.
attracted by your hair.
Oh my god, thanks. Ah, spend some time today.
That
Ah,
was not a compliment.
well, I'll take it as a compliment nonetheless. So come on, tell me, what brings you here to my outpost? You don't seem to be from around here, do you? You do, but your style is a little outdated.
Yeah. I just live here. I encountered these out of nowhere.
These people, so you don't know them. Roll for
No.
deception. Deception versus insight. Let's see what the insight roll is.
If it helps,
Deception
I'll
is
scowl at Trindon to show some.
what? 16.
Okay. Well, and you, the one with the horn. You say you stumbled through the forest gate. This is a little far from where it opens. Why come here?
I mean, I went anywhere. That gate disappeared. Can you take me back to it? I just want to get out of
Well,
here.
of course I can. Well, not me maybe, but Hirsam will reward you right if you do the thing for him.
What do you want me to do?
Well, Hirsam is a man who has, well, he's almost like a father to me, but he has plans to make sure those who do not belong to the Feywild are sent back peacefully without being hurt. And all I wish to do is to help him succeed.
Just to clarify, what did you read in the journal? Was it about him killing people or him sending people back?
Sending people back.
Okay.
Come on now. That should be a good offer for you. You get to go
Yeah,
back.
I was asking help with. Yes, but I'd like to know what I'm signing up for.
Hmm. Well, tell your friends to come on out, or whoever you have met or stumbled upon, or whoever your partners are. I don't care what you call them. Call them out.
Oh, is that it?
I'll
Is that
join
all
them.
I have to do?
Thank you.
Then you
Go
will
on.
take me to the gate.
No, that's not how it works. So, deal is simple. If you have two options now. One, you come with me and help us protect Hissam's ritual from Venetra's troops. Or you go away and we part our ways and, well, you figure out what you want to do with your own life. One of them, the one where you
Okay, can you
help
slow
me,
down? Can you slow down?
assures you go back.
What ritual? What ritual?
Well,
Whoever you know?
considering that you already took a druid's journal, I'm pretty sure you must have read it. If you haven't, well, I guess I might have overestimated what you are. Uh, in any case, Hirsum is an Archfey who is my master, more like a father to be honest. But uh, his plan is to send everyone who doesn't belong to the Feywild peacefully back to their own realms, and he is using a ritual at the dream well up at a mansion to the northwest to figure out to the ritual to figure out the exact way to do it. And from what I know, he has succeeded, and the ritual should be finished by tomorrow morning. But there
But
are forces at play who believe that order is the only thing that can preserve balance in this world, and that frankly is some goddamn bullshit. Fays will always do what they wish to do, and the only way we can have peace is if we get rid of all the creatures that do not belong here. And that will be done. And I know that Hisam will succeed. Even if that includes
Do you
me
really
leaving
think
here,
your
it makes sense. Go ahead. You were saying something.
Do you really think your problems are going to be solved if you get rid of everyone who is non-fey over here?
Well, things didn't seem to be much of a problem before they were here.
I speak to him like
But
to the person, uh, but
Oh,
haven't the
I apologize. My name is Uluwer.
right. I speak to Oliver, but haven't the Fey and non-Fey intermingled? What would happen to all those people who have known each other? Why would you separate families?
Well, the decision of that is a good question, and I have asked her some such. He thinks that even if they have mixed blood, they might still be allowed to stay within the Feywild. The others who have no connection to the Feywild must leave.
TM, so one thing, I have not been speaking much, right? So in this, like whatever time they're discussing, I'll try to go through that diary once myself to see if
Mhm.
I find anything extra. And just to clarify, in the diary also it mentions that the people will be sent back, not annihilated, killed,
No,
nothing like that.
sent back. Sent
Only
back.
sent back. Okay. So
So you
does
also see some side note comments by the druid, which are like, "Oh my god, that is so cool."
oh
And
god, a fangirl.
you see like heart drawn at multiple places. You fathom that maybe the druid has a crush on Hirsam, but he's a satyr, so it's not very unusual.
I'll just kind of like his face palming inside. um,
Yeah.
yeah.
So okay, so you're going through this. There's not much else that you discover within the um, journal. There are also a lot of small things like here's some being sending people, particularly this group of people, to investigate different areas, find different ways, and you see that he, according to the notes at least, seems to be emphasizing on the idea of not necessarily harming all of the fake creatures. First priority seems to be to find a non-violent way, but if required, there have been cases where violence was used. One thing do you know after reading the journal a little bit more while the others are talking is that this place used to be the home of some Fomorians who were, some of them were killed to chase the others off. So Hirsam's plan seems to be more or less to get rid of the people,
By any
preferably
means necessary.
non-violently, but if it can
Required,
be
he will.
achieved,
Okay.
yes, is willing to use violence to get the job done.
Okay. Understood. So once like I've gone through this and he's like kind of monologuing at this point, I'll just kind of interject from like, like there's a bit of flaw in your logic. I mean, you did mention, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Fae will do whatever they want. Am I correct?
Yes, they will.
So what if they want to maintain order?
Well, some people have just gotten used to the current order, and that is not justification to live in a world which limits your freedoms. Just
I
because
mean,
you're used to it doesn't make it right.
just because you love anarchy doesn't make it right. I mean, dude, I can go with on this with for as long as you want. I'm good at this shit.
Well, that is. Let me see how much his intelligence can respond to that. Well, I would like the freedom to be able to do that.
So who is stopping you?
The order, the system. But it's not about these personal decisions. That is up to the people to decide. What I'm talking about is the entire system that has created this place which is completely suffocating, where you have to watch your every step. I wasn't born here. I did not belong to here, but I was myself raised in a very strict militaristic order by uh, the ones who teach us. The Githyanki crushes. They instill in us complex, completely, like, we did not have a mind of our own. We were taught to follow the commands. And it wasn't until I met Hirsam that I learned that freedom gives you more satisfaction than just following commands. And at this point, we are all just under the commands of the archfays, who have their own whims and they have the freedom to do whatever they want. But what about the others? What about the people at the bottom who don't know what to do? The thing is, we need to go back to a place where there were no divisions between people, where all of the Fae lived peacefully, did their own things without. The number of people who have emerged over here, like, do you know that these people who have come over here outnumber the original Fae who lived over here? And that has created even more stress on the environment, and that has created all so much more dramatic things that have happened over here, fights that have emerged, and life is suffocating. And now that I know what freedom is, we need to go in that direction, and that is Hirsam's goal. And I will do whatever I can to support him, even if that means I have to leave.
So how is it true freedom if you cannot choose to even stay where you want to?
I care about the freedoms of the people Hirsam cares about. And also, this conversation seems to be going nowhere because you have
Well,
two offers and you have a limited time to make your decision. You might be right. You are free to your opinions and your beliefs, and you can choose to do whatever you want about it. But the main choice that is right now in front of you is to either help or leave. For if you choose to hinder, we have no choice but to fight.
Um, like how
How
fast
does
can
the
he?
leaving option work?
The leaving option to you is, we take you to the edge of the outpost and we say bye. You are free to do whatever you wish beyond that point. But cannot be sure you find a way back to your material plane.
Um,
Okay, so
so
what
how
you are
fast
saying is
can he travel?
However,
my only way of leaving
however, there is a condition to that. If you in any way hinder us, or we find out that you plan to hinder us, we'll have no choice but to fight. By agreeing to leave, you agree to not interfere with anything. You leave and you do not interfere with our conflict with the other fake creatures or other non-fake creatures or with Viretra. You leave. For if you break that promise, you will have the world to pay. And you were saying,
okay, but you still haven't told us what you expect if we
simple,
were to
come
agree.
with us to the Dreamwell mansion and protect Hirsam from the troops of Venetra. At least
Will we?
push them back until Hilsum completes the ritual, in which case you will be happily, without any worries, returned back to your homes.
So what?
Do we get
Just
an
to
audience with
understand.
his
One by one, Verbius, go first. Yeah.
um if we are like protecting Verbius, let's say? So do we get to talk to Verbius about it? Like,
Uh, Hilsum,
or just
Verbi-
we are defending your front lines?
confusion. Verbius is you. Do you mean Hilsum?
Yeah, yeah. If we are like defending
Okay.
your sort of ritual, or are we just like
Once
your
the
frontline
ritual is over,
fighters?
once, well, I don't know what the current status of the ritual is. If Hilsum can speak with you, he will.
So what makes you so different than Vinay and her troops? Even you are using as kind of like a fodder for the opposing forces.
Wait, do you mean you are here on orders of Inatra?
No, you just mentioned Venetra. I don't even know who that is. I assume you are talking about an opposing orderly figure.
Roll for deception. These slip ups are gonna cost you, people.
He mentioned Venetra, I thought.
He mentioned Vinetra, but the way you phrased it awfully suggests that you are going to use us. So is Vinetra using you? So
Yeah, I realized. 13.
okay, lucky for you, he rolled a three. Ah, well, well. Then, if you think that is the case, Vinetra, she's free to use people as well, but we are not using you. We are giving you an opportunity to ensure that you find your way back home.
Okay, so just to be on the same page,
Go ahead.
and let's assume we are helping you. But in order to
Mm-hmm.
help you, we need to know more about why we are helping you. What is this ritual exactly? The specifics of it.
Come on. See, let me be honest with you. I am but a person who works for Hisam. I am not very skilled in the arcane arts. I do not know the details of the ritual. For if I knew, I would have told Hisam a long time ago. All I know is the ritual is designed to send back any creature who does not belong to the Feywild or did not originate from the Feywild back to where they belong. If it is the material plane, they will be sent back there. If it's the elemental planes, they will be sent back there. Or if it's Shadowfell, they will go back to Shadowfell.
DM, can I make an arcane check to
Go ahead.
know whether I know about the ritual?
Go ahead.
But what's in it for you, though? Like,
So,
won't you be
how
Well,
sent
how are you
back?
sure about this? Has he done this before?
I will be sent back to probably the astral plane or the material plane, for I have never been to the astral plane. But whatever I end up, my goal is simple: to help the man who made me realize that it's okay to dream.
Um, DM, 11, the dice roll.
Okay. Um, you know that there are rituals that can be used to selectively teleport people across planes, like very it's like a more generalized, more widespread version of plane shift, and more permanent at that. uh, but the problem is it requires immense amount of magical energy, and therefore it is typically a very long ritual,
Also,
only
do I know
done
whether Hirsam can successfully do this, or like would he half-ass it?
knowing the power of the archface. If the spring court is wary of Hirsam, Most definitely so.
Right.
As long as he's not interfered during the ritual, he should be able to do it.
Can I step in and
Go
say
ahead.
something? Uh, Listen, we are not involved or interested in the politics of your world. I don't think any of us are interested in doing anything related to this ritual or the battle that you're preparing for. We just want to leave. Can we leave?
If you wish to leave, you have to swear that you will not involve yourself in this battle at all.
I look around at the others. So, are we involving
I
ourselves?
mean, we are
No, right?
leaving this way or the other. Helping Hirsam makes us leave. Not helping Hirsam, well, he forces us to leave. Either way, it works for us. I say we don't take the headache.
No, okay, wait. So is this all audible to? I forgot his name. Sorry.
Uluver,
Yeah. Uh,
Ulluvel.
okay. So
unless you're
I
trying to hide it,
sort
it's
of
audible.
changed tack. Yeah. I'll tell him. Okay. You have convinced me at least. It seems the safest way out of this place is to help you and make sure the ritual goes right. As long as I know that I will make it back to the material plane harmless.
That is something we can assure you.
Okay, has he done the ritual before? How do you know that?
This is a ritual that has never been done before, but if anyone can do it, it's Hisam.
Okay, I'm inclined to trust, and the fact that we have to play a part in Hilsum's ritual um, convinces me that that's the right thing to do. Can I just take a moment to talk to the others?
Of course, go ahead.
Okay, so I sort of
Um,
call them over like out of earshot from.
I stand aside because I told him that I did not know these guys.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
uh, uh, can I like ask Ulluver a question? Is he around?
He's around.
Uh, yeah, before going in, like to talk with these people, I'll ask Ulluver, how long have you been in Feywild?
Well, that would be from when I was 14. So 40 years, little maybe a little more.
What drew you towards the Feywild?
Nothing really. Uh, to be honest, I came here by chance, and thank God for that. Maybe it was fate. I met Hisam. Uh, Wait. I see no reason to tell you my whole story, but well, who cares? Uh, I I was raised by the Githyanki, my people, as a warrior up till the age of 14 at a crush in the material plane. And when I was sent on a mission, my final mission to slay a mind flayer, uh, it was an ambush. The mind flayers trapped us and were taking us on the way to the astral plane where to become essentially their thralls, where we decided to fight back and we ended up falling off the Nautilus. And somehow that led to me falling into this plane. And lucky for me, a young Archfey found me, and that was Hyrsam. And he pretty much raised me.
Okay, are we having our talk at the side?
Yeah, you're having a talk at the side.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, yeah. I'll join the others.
So, what have you guys been talking about?
I don't think we should support his
Are we
his.
seriously cunts?
He's not a good
Yeah,
guy.
exactly.
No, no,
What?
Are
not.
we seriously considering?
We're sure we're okay, guys. Guys, I'm not talking about supporting him. I'm saying we get to play a part in whatever he's up to, and
Why do you want to
doesn't
be a
that give
part
us
of
more
whatever he's
stress?
up to?
Um, because if Adria thinks that this is something that needs to be stopped, and I have a chance to actually report it, I think that's the right thing to do.
Right
I
thing to
mean,
do is sending people out of their homes.
Exactly. I actually am with Thetis on this one. I mean,
No,
these
the right
people
thing to
have
do is
known this
to
plane.
be involved in whatever he is doing.
I'm sorry, your voice is actually
No,
pretty
okay.
low.
Let me try it. I think
Yeah,
we
much better.
should go
Thank you.
and see whatever they have planned for us, and then figure out how we can stop um,
But don't you think it would work
So,
better
this.
if
your
we give this information to someone who has power and
Um,
the people to do this
s-
stuff?
see, we can get information to Venetra. I whispered slightly. Uh, we can get information to her. What I suggest is we get to this place wherever the ritual is, and try to get a message to Vinetra to come converge there, and we both we try to infiltrate the ritual somehow from the inside, while Vinetra's forces uh, gather try to attack from the outside.
But they don't even know what's happening, right? Isn't that why she sent us here? Whispers, whisper.
I mean, one thing I see, there are two things I understand. First is that this person is trying to send back people who have known this place as their home for, well, I don't know for how long. And, well, that's by on principle not something which is right. And secondly, we owe a favor to Adria. We are here on her behalf, and Adria, well, is Venetra's apprentice, so as to say. So if we are to, well, go in and help Hirsam, we would be technically betraying him, and that is not something I am up for. She has saved my
Same.
life.
Okay, I think you have misunderstood wrong. I was lying to him. Did
But how is,
let's go and
sneaking
bring
in?
on over there and try and stop the ritual.
Do you think you can
Yeah, and
stop the
I
ritual
can
on
send
your
them.
own?
We will be on the
Didn't she
side
tell
by the
of
us?
way,
whatever
DM,
is happening.
I'm on the side, right?
Isn't that
I'm
our
just
best shot at doing this?
I don't think so. Being a spy or sneaking in will work in our favor. He seems like a big magic kind of guy. He's able to send so many people back. So,
um,
five of us against him, trying
All
to
we have to do
sneakily
is
stop his
interrupt him.
ritual.
We don't.
meanwhile, while these guys are talking, I'm standing on the side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just tell this guy, big guy. So I just encountered them here. Can I just go to my home?
Um, you rolled high on your deception earlier, so he believes you. Well,
Okay.
where is your home?
It's on the other side of the forest, towards the west.
Towards the west, you say. Um, sure.
All right. So I cast an unseen servant,
Mhm.
and I tell these people, like through that I'm going to Vinitra.
Um, does it allow you to talk?
Or write, I mean, in
You're
that
right. You
conversation.
can write. You can write. So yeah. So you somehow inform them, like your unseen servant goes and pokes them and then writes somewhere to essentially tell them that you are. What are you doing?
Going to Vinitra with the message that this is happening and trying to glean some information
Uh,
about what's happening.
Okay.
I'll write.
Okay.
I'll write back into the sheet of. Can we
Also, like,
respond to you at least?
yeah, they should be able to, right? Because of unseen servant.
Uh,
Yeah.
you can't see through your unseen servant, right? So
No, I mean he can write. Oh yeah, right.
yeah, so it will be completely useless.
I mean, at this point,
I'll write a message and like wave it and like try to
okay, just to
go.
understand, sorry, his name is what again?
Give me a quick second.
Satyr.
Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, I'll say this that Zazia, so you want to infiltrate into Hirsam's camp and gather information, correct? Thetis and myself, we are not inclined,
No, I
and
think we are very short on time. So gathering information, I don't think we are anything about
right,
it. I'm
not
saying we
gathering,
go
We are
to the
not
not
gather
gathering
to
information.
interrupt,
We are passing
not
the
gather to
information
inform.
to people who can do more with information than us.
Right. So what I suggest is we fake a quarrel amongst ourselves and we break up. Thetis and myself will, I think we can agree to not helping and we will take no part in this. Um, we will take no part in this. Zazie, you can agree to helping Hisam and act as well that benefits us. And what about you? I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Crap. I'm
verbiage.
sorry. Verbius. I'm sorry.
Verbius?
Verbius. Yeah.
I'm
What about you,
suggesting
Verbius and Tragan?
that I'm suggesting that we actually follow them towards the ritual, but we send a message with Artemis. Like, I'll tell them this is my pet elk, and we could attach a message with it, and I can talk telepathically with my elk. So the elk could take the message to Vinetra about it and ask her to like converge on this ritual while we go with them.
Wait.
How
By the
far can
way,
you
I did tell
communicate?
that I was going to take the message to Vinitra, right? To the unseen servant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Then I
Trenton,
think
are you planning on
That
leaving?
is a better plan.
Yeah, I'm planning on leaving. So I told him, right? So I'm going to the
Yeah,
west
yeah, yeah.
side. Okay.
So you're
Like,
moving out to
I'm
the west.
yeah,
So
going out of sight.
before you leave, however, Oliver comes to you and he looks you straight in the eye and says, "You know what will happen when you interfere, right?"
Yeah, yeah, I do. I look meek and like I said, yeah, I do.
Then you know not to do it.
I say yes.
Then be on your way. You will not be affected by the magic.
Right. Right. So I go move towards the west and go into the
Mhm.
forest.
You go into the forest.
Hmm.
Roll a perception. Um, okay,
It's 22.
22. You hear as you walk down the forest road, you hear rustling in the trees behind you.
Hmm. I investigate the rustling. Am I out of sight of the this thing, by the way?
You're out of
The
sight of the outpost. You're out of sight of the outpost.
I investigate the rustling.
You look back, and immediately the rustling stops.
I
You
speak.
figure that one of the spies is following you.
So I speak in Elven. Who goes there?
Silence.
Hmm.
Internally, the spy's voice in their head. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay. So, yeah, no voice.
I would like to use the spell Fairy Fire.
Okay, good choice. You cast a spell, and immediately, in the tree, a figure starts glowing with light, and then you see from the tree a person jumps out and stands on the ground, now glowing brightly.
I continue. Who is this
I
person?
I wish you no
Description.
harm. I am just following orders. I am to follow you until you reach a few kilometers away from this place.
Wait, who are you working for?
I work for Ulver.
Right. I see that you don't mean don't mean me any harm, but I do not like being followed. Go back to your boss, and I won't trouble you either.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that. If you don't want me to hide, I can come along with you and then bid you farewell once we reach a little bit distance. But I am not allowed to leave. That is just not something I believe I should do.
Hmm.
I'm sure you're just going back home. Like, you're just playing eladrin. I'm not a eladrin. I know we don't typically gel well together, but well, I don't mean you any harm, and I don't. What I'm sure you'll find your way home. I just need to follow. Well, not even my orders. It just makes sense to do that. Like, you were quite suspicious. Like, Ulver's got a well nonchalant attitude about everything. So, I guess I have to pick up the slack. You
So you
realize why I
mean
have to do this,
so you
right?
mean Ulver did not order you to do this?
Ulver ordered me to do this, but I'm not just doing it for him. Um, you were suspicious. I am doing it for not just the orders because, well, orders are important, but like,
So
with her, some orders are really.
I go along with him back to the outpost.
It's a woman.
Okay,
So,
I go along with her to the outpost.
oh, wait. Why are you going back? Why do you want to go back now?
No, I want to speak to her. Okay, never mind. Okay,
Sure. Okay.
wait.
Wait. No,
What
no,
was
no,
our
no, no.
earlier option? Earlier
Earlier
offer?
option was just she's just gonna go alongside you till a few kilometers and then let you go.
Okay, I take up her up on that option.
Okay. So you guys start walking. We'll come back to you later.
Meanwhile, just
Meanwhile, back to the others.
Yeah, I'll just say that like I
so what
think we
I'm
should, as I
suggesting is we
said,
don't split up.
Uh, one by one. Isaac, you were saying something.
I mean that exactly like the thing we were talking about. Verbius and I like I'm saying that Thetis and myself we go back like see, take the non involvement path, and Verbius and Zarzier can well go with Hirsam, and they can well help
We are
the
going
forces
to
their
Hilton,
own
not
way.
him.
No, no, I'm
What
saying that
I'm
you go
suggesting is
and
we
help.
don't split up. If we are,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So in that sense.
I'm
Okay, I'll say
saying
this.
that
If
is fine, but I think our plan should not involve us splitting up. I think we
yeah,
should all stick
I'll say
together.
this. So if
We'll use
I'm the only
Artemis to
one
send a message.
who going to,
Go ahead, Zazire.
No one needs
sorry,
to
yeah.
go.
So,
Yeah.
if only one or two of us are going over and following their orders, then there's no point doing it. So I'll come along with you guys if I'm the only one. Uh, I mean, if you guys don't agree that that's the best option.
I feel like they won't
If
let us
you
go that easily if we want to go leave this place. I feel like we should
I,
all stick together
But
and get to this ritual
but what
place.
plan of action?
I think we'll try to infiltrate the ritual from inside somehow, and we'll send a message using Artemis to Vinetra, like convince her
first
to somewhat attack at the same time.
I don't think that would work because Vinithra's camp is like 1 hour away, right? So how far can you like communicate with the elk?
I think it is a mile.
Not
It's
enough.
1 hour. Yeah, I don't think it will work.
But I can like tell her to like go with the message around. Like she can go towards the camp, right?
She is.
And like they
What's
can
the
find the
spell you
message.
used to?
Look,
Was
look,
it
Like if
find
she
guys,
fire?
guys.
hangs,
What?
is find steed.
Find steed.
So like could
Okay,
we
so can I
attach like a
assume that
message to her, like make
Trindle
her
and I and us have been involved in previous sort of like we have bumped across each other?
Yes, you have bumped across each other.
So, would it be obvious to me that Trindle intends definitely to go to? I mean,
He wrote us a message saying that he's going to Vinithra.
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, then that's great, right? I
oh
mean,
he
we
already
know that
left.
he's going to get there,
Yeah,
and
he'll go to
he knows
Vinitra
Sylvan,
and
which means that he knows where send their troops. He read it in the diary, so I don't think alerting that. I mean, that is seems taken care of.
yeah, let's go along with these people.
That would be hilarious if Trinton was coming back, but he's not.
We don't know that, so I mean,
Again, like I'm a bit. Again, I believe in always believe in keeping a backup plan. Why I'm saying this, just in case Trenton fails, no one will be able to send the message because
I think
uh,
Artemis will
at-
be able to do it.
Exactly. Dude, Artemis 1 hour away from here. It's so far.
Artemis can.
It
So you figure that a steed, which it can move quite fast through the forest. It can make its way over there in less than 1 hour because, well, steed, it can travel faster than you. It
50
can
feet
reach the.
speed.
Yeah, it's going to be able to move and reach there in shorter time than you. And it can give a message if a message is attached to it or something. It cannot speak to another person, but it can give a message. But
Yeah,
once it is out of 1 mile range, Bobius won't be able to have any return communication.
that is fine. I think we go with them. We'll let Rinden getting the message across. If that does not work, we use our camp. I don't think we should split up even more than what we are split up already.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not exactly a pickle guy. If we are in a pickle there, I won't be of much use.
Yeah, I don't want two of us amongst these people. I would prefer 4 or 5 of us amongst these people.
Very well, if
I
that's what you
still.
think is well going to work, but I have to tell you this: I'm counting on you to save my arse because I can't hit for shit. I mean, I can't even kill a
Yeah,
fly.
we'll
God
get
damn it,
out
that
of
flew away
this.
2 minutes ago from me.
Well, have you come to a decision yet?
Yeah, we are getting there.
uh,
I yell out.
If you have
I'll
so much to
listen.
think about, it
Just
seems
remember, guys,
to.
we are happy to use that method to get.
Huh? What method?
Zazire, we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'll just say to the others, not loud enough for him to hear, that we need to pretend as if we are happy and get out of here as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think everyone is clear about it. Yeah, is everyone ready for this? But
And to be
does
very
anyone
honest,
want to
I'm
leave?
not very happy about this because, well, if shit goes down, we are in well a lot of trouble.
So, have you come to a decision yet?
Yeah, we can handle. Yes, I think we are going to take you upon your offer and try and help Hyrsam.
Hisam. Oh,
Yeah.
wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Uh, it will be good to have the four of you fighting alongside us. So, shall we be off then?
So let's. Yes.
The
Wait,
one
what
that
do you
was
mean
along
fighting? I thought we were
going
just
around with
Let.
you
going
decided to
to
leave.
keep watch.
Well, technically, our troops should be enough to fight back, but if they make through our, if the Venetra's troops make it past the line, we may require you to help us, but it shouldn't happen necessarily. We hope it doesn't come to that. We believe our troops should be strong enough to repel Venetra if she decides to attack. But if they break through, we will require your help.
We can give all the help we can provide.
Wonderful! It seems that you have finally seen the light of the day, huh? Good.
Speaking of that, what time of the day is it right
Yes.
now?
This is very late in the evening. It's almost 7. It's getting dark.
Okay, okay. I will cast light.
Yeah. You don't need light because dark in the Feywild doesn't really mean much dark. It,
Yeah,
at least
but
in this
like
area,
I'm not exactly comfortable with even
a little bit of
like
light.
yeah.
So, yeah. So you put up the light and the sky is it's like high latitudes. Even at the darkest point, you can see each other in dim light. So you bring up a light to make it a little brighter, but it's like, well, that's not really needed. But well, if you don't like the darkness, sure, good for you. So, shall we head off then?
I'll
Yes,
just
let
nod
me
kind
just
of.
gather my things from inside and I'll go inside and write a
Mm-hmm.
letter to Vinitra informing everything and hide it inside so that if
Mm-hmm.
in case
Wait.
required I can attach.
Can I go inside and ask him if I can go on his steed towards Vinitra?
Yeah,
Like I can misty step out of the way towards
nah, nah,
his. I just want to make sure
I'm
that
just
the
keeping it
message
as a
reaches him.
backup plan. I'm just
Oh, so he's not
Oh,
sending you, no? Okay, go ahead. So,
what did
Bobbies,
you
what's your
say,
plan?
Thetis? I
uh,
said I'll just gather my things from inside and I'll go inside and just write the letter in case if it is like Trindon fails to send the message across. I'll keep it with me so I can like sneakily attach it to Artemis if required. Not immediately. I'm not doing anything immediately.
Thetis, anything else you'd like to ask?
no, I was thinking I could like misty step towards his
Uh,
steed and ride on the steed to Vinitra back. If, cause how? Because his steed is on the other side of the ravine,
mhm.
and
Yeah, I'll ask her to come. I'll tell to like this person, Ulliver. You don't mind if my steed joins us. I left her a little ways into the forest.
Oh, of course, no worries, no worries. Beautiful
I call
steed.
out to Artemis.
Artemis will
Yeah, she's a
be,
fake creature herself.
and the and she just jumps over the ravine in like one smooth motion and comes trotting towards you, between like slithering, like uh, just moving around the ruins
Yeah,
and
slithering.
uh, brain died word fight. She comes next to you, and her antlers just like rub against your arm.
Good girl, good girl. And I'll stay next to her like while we start making our way.
Okay. So, with this, the four of you start making your way in the darkness of the forever dusk, which is night. you make your way towards the the Dreamwell mansion. Meanwhile, we come to Trindon. You have been walking for around 15-20 more minutes with this woman alongside you. Um, you have reached a point where you're like quite a distance from this one, but she
Hmm.
is not leaving yet. And she's like, "Where exactly is your village?"
Uh, mm, Give me a second. Let me think.
Like, how far away is it? Okay, we'll come back to you in a bit then. Go ahead
Yeah,
and think.
that will be great. Yeah.
Good, good. So, coming back to the others, we make our way together towards the Dream Well mansion. Uh,
How far is
walking.
it?
So, walking for around 1.5 2 hours, you find yourself at the border of a large uh, kind of it's how to describe it. So it's like a large area which seems to be owned by, or at least was once owned by, the same group of people, because you look at the architecture of it and it is distinctly what in the real world we would fathom to be oriental. It is a huge expanse which is bordered by this white wall with red tiles at the top, uh, with like slope tiles along the entire top, and archways that form like gates occasionally. And beyond that is a large oriental mansion. And over there, you see that uh, in the distance there seems to be certain movement. There is one set of group which is right in front of the Dreamwell mansion, but far in the distance there is just random flurry of motions which you can't really figure what's happening at this distance, especially because of all the trees. But there are people far in the distance too.
I ask
uh,
Ulver. So
as as
what
you're
is that
walking
group of people?
as you're walking in and you ask Ulver this question, a scout, just managed out of breath, this is a elf who is running towards Ulver, comes. Sir, Venetra's troops are here. They've set up camp on the other side. Oh, calm down, son. Don't. Uh, they seem to be here earlier. God damn it. The battle might be upon us before we were
Right.
sure. But, well, I will let Hirsam know I'm taking these fellow folks who have decided to aid us in this journey. I'm gonna go take them to Hirsam. Uh, be careful and make sure the troops are ready for fighting at a moment's notice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the elf just runs away and like meets up with two other elves who he just immediately says, and they split apart and go to what can only be fathomed to be a war camp. You are all together, the four of you are led from between the walls of this between the walls, through the doorway on the walls. You're taken inside, and over there in the mansions you can see that there is a old unkempt garden that is there. There are a lot of broken statues which were once probably very beautiful but now have been destroyed, marble statues. It's all covered with vines. This place is quite old, and in the middle is this large marble mansion that you uh, saw in the distance. And coming close to it, you follow Urver down the road, up the steps, and inside, where you come upon a large chamber. And in the middle is a beautiful marble statue adorned right at the middle of an open courtyard. The statue itself, um, is pure white smooth marble, and there is water still flowing out of it, and the water is in the form, the statue is of a what, give me a quick second to just look up my notes. Yeah, the statue is of a elven woman sitting down on a large rock with a man's figure on her hands, another elven man. The water is flowing like her hair out of the top of the head of the statue, almost like flowing hair. It's trickling down all across, and you see there is also a stream of tears that is flowing from this uh, stone elven woman's face. And around it, you see a satyr with a viola in his hand, just jumping and like trotting around this one, playing a mystical tune that you can only describe as sleep. It the feeling that you feel is the sensation of sleepiness and the comfort of it, and the idea of wanting to go back home to your bed and having a comfortable night. However, this is more primitive than that. It is the energy, it is the desire that you feel is to go back to where you originally came from. The actual sounds itself, almost you can't even describe what the tone is like, because the music is automatically somehow been magically translated to this emotion inside your mind. Ulver stops in the distance and looks at you. It seems that the ritual has already begun. We must not disturb Hilsum. The man you see is, his face is extremely handsome. He's got short curly hair with two small white horns that emerge and grow like this much. His lower body is that of a goat. He's got brown fur, and on his waist he wears these vines that have formed somewhat like a belt, some of a ornamentation. It's and his figure is very elegant as he dances around this fountain. There is magic in the air, and you can all feel it.
Uh,
I have a
like,
question for
are there
Wolbe.
people around him?
Go ahead.
Uh,
Are there people around? Number one, there are not many people inside the mansion. There are guards stationed all around. Most of them are in the war camp outside preparing for battle. But yeah, this place is particularly empty.
yeah. So,
Um,
Uh,
what disturbs the ritual? Just so we know to avoid doing that.
well, I honestly don't know. Uh, as I think all we need to do is make sure Hisham's ritual is. I am really not sure. Like, that is a question I do not know the answer to.
So,
Uh,
do I need to
we
worry
just
about talking a certain volume or going too close to him or
I really don't know what will interfere with the ritual. We just need to make sure nothing does.
okay,
If
but this is a question.
okay,
So,
but that's not
given
that's not help.
how
What if I accidentally do it?
I don't know what will happen. And Hisham's busy in the ritual. All I was informed is not to let anyone into this mansion other than what was absolutely necessary. I did not know I needed to. I shouldn't have brought you here, but, well, the ritual is ongoing. Let's not disturb Hirscham further. And as you see Hirscham has a smile on his face, and he's just like playing his music, just going around dancing.
uh, I think we should,
Okay, okay.
step
I'll
outside
try my
and not
best
to disturb him.
to not disturb it.
Yes, that would be preferable, of course. Let's make our way out then. Uh, I want the four of you to stand guard in front of the mansion. If So in front of the mansion, there's this large courtyard where there is like walls in this around. There's trees all around, and within the mansion itself, and it's within the limits of the mansion. Like the walls, you're still inside the walls. You have to stay here, and if Venetra's troops make it past over here, I'll be here alongside you, and we will have to fight back with her.
Okay, just two things. First thing is that how far is Hirsam and the statue from us?
The Hyrsam and the statue are a flight of steps and a little bit of walking along a corridor. So 60 feet.
60 feet, okay. And the second question is, given how he is performing the said ritual,
Hmm.
and from whatever gathered information we have and whatever we are feeling right now, do I have any sense of what exactly are the specifics of
Arcana.
this ritual? An arcana,
Arcana.
okay.
Yeah. So we need to go back to Trindon to decide what happens.
Yeah. So we have been walking for a long time, right?
Hmm.
So I say that my house is about a kilometer further, but I need to correct something, so I'll have to go a bit north. You are free to go back to. I forgot the name of the guy.
Um, she did not introduce herself.
Yeah.
So you proceed on further. She's like, well, uh, this seems far enough, I guess. Roll for persuasion. Actually, this should be deception, not persuasion.
It's 18.
18. She rolled an 8. So, uh, well, I guess then this is goodbye. Take care and stay away from the mansion to the east. Sorry,
Sure thing.
mansion to, yeah, mansion to the east.
Yeah, sure thing. I wait for her to go back, and then I quickly start my way towards this thing, Winter's
You,
troops.
yeah.
Well,
So
she said it was east of the tower, right?
it was east of the tower. So you are immediately rushing away in that direction. Wait, so
Yeah.
the mansion would be towards the west. So you're running towards the east,
Yeah.
and you walk for a few more hours, and you find yourself at the. You walk for a few not a few more hours. You should have been quite far. You walked for 1 hour earlier, so this should have been half an hour away. You reach a old camp where there seem to be very little people, and most of the people are on the way to leave. Uh, when you reach over there, the initial elven veteran who had found you is there waiting for you. Said, "Oh, you're back. Do you have any news?"
So I tell him. So I tell him that we encountered these people at this thing, and from a journal that we found there, it seemed that Hirsam is doing a ritual at the mansion, and
Oh,
using this ritual, he will be able to transport all the non-fey people back to their respective
so our
planes.
reports were right. The people. He immediately takes out his notebook and starts writing. Okay, so cool. So we have proof. Uh, good. He takes the sheet of paper and then throws it in the air, and as he throws it in the air, it catches fire and immediately burns into a vapor.
What was that? I asked.
That was a message to Venetra.
Right. And what do you intend to do now?
We are headed to the mansion. Are you joining us? Where are your
I
friends?
I will. They went with Hirsam to distract them. I tell
What?
him
And immediately he grabs his rapier and brings it to your neck.
to distract Hirsam. I say, not to aid him.
Roll for persuasion. That is,
It's 19.
that is more than enough. He's like, that is actually not a bad plan. If we can destroy it from the inside, we can maybe stop the ritual.
Mm.
Come on, come with me.
Yeah.
Do you have a steed?
No, I reply.
And he whistles, and at the immediate moment, from the distance, a white horse starts galloping in that direction from the stables, and it comes next to you.
Hmm.
Get on
I
in.
yeah, I pat the horse and then climb the horse.
Okay.
Climb it. And
Let's.
I try to make conversation with the veteran and ask him whether there is no other way to resolve this.
Oh yeah. And the horses you're going. Well, we wish we could. The diplomacy did not work. Maybe we can have one last negotiation before the battle begins.
Hmm. And I ask him about like what has been going on in the few centuries, because I heard the other guy, I forgot the name, saying that the natural resources have been depleted because of the increased population, etc., etc. I basically asked him about all the stuff that other guy was talking about. I forgot the name.
Yes, so I am going to summarize it quickly and not role
Sure,
play
sure,
this
sure.
one. Uh, very simply, yes, that has been the case. The population has exploded, but not as much as those people were probably trying to suggest. It's not as bad. Definitely, there are effects that are appearing, and steps are being taken by the courts to deal with those situations and find solutions that do not harm one group over the other. Um, it is a complicated negotiation that needs diplomacy because the effects are happening in different courts, and it is pretty much a bureaucratic process and it is taking time, but there are ways. People do agree that the Fey Dark needs to be dealt with, and people need to be like the Fey courts need to make sure that the creatures from the Fey Dark do not interfere with the lives of the people on the surface. uh, but things are in progress. There is hope that things will get resolved in the future. Things are not as bleak as they put it, but not really untrue either.
Right, I agree. And I mean, then I continue. We continue.
Okay, so a few hours in, you get past the same place that you had met earlier in the beginning, and a few hours later, you are at Vinetra's camp on in front of the Dreamwell mansion outside the walls at a distance around half kilometer distance. There is a large camp of troops who have been assembled to meet. You go over there and immediately are greeted by Vinetra. It seems that you and your party were successful in finding. Frankly, I did not expect you to be of any use, but it seems that you have, and now we have people on the inside. Good job. I'll make sure you are well rewarded before you leave back to where you're going.
I nod at her, don't say anything, and go to her side.
Our troops are ready for battle, but we have sent our last diplomat. We just all we can hope is that the ritual has not yet begun. Do you have any idea about that, Trendon?
So I know that from the journal, I read the journal, so it said that it would end by the morning. So it
Hmm.
would probably have begun by now.
Are you sure that's right?
Yes, I'm sure.
Then we have no time. We have no time left for diplomacy. You know what to do. He looks
Um,
at. She
I,
looks at the veteran. He looks at the veteran, and the veteran nods. Yes, ma'am.
um, I tell both of them, you promise me that you won't hurt any of my friends, at least, and you will try to keep the casualties at a minimum.
Of course, we have no wish to harm anyone. We're just doing what we have to do, and your friends, as long as they don't betray us, they will not be harmed. Would you Do you want to accompany me into battle, or I'll be handling the back off the troops for now, but once we find an opening, we will be sneaking into the mansion. Would you like to join?
I say yes. I agree to that.
Of course. And as this happens, this is late in it's midnight according to the time, but it's still light. It's still visible. It's more or less dim lit everywhere. At this point, you hear loud as you hear the troops clamoring around and getting all together and everyone assembling at the front lines. You see Vinetra go to the front, say, "You know, we did not want this to be how it ended. But Hirsam has given us no choice. This is our only option. I know you don't want to fight against the other phase, but this is the only thing we can do. This is the only thing we can do to stop this nonsense of sending people. Many of you have families who have originated from people who do not live or do not originate from the Feywild. You know why this is important. Remember that as you go into battle. Everyone, get ready to charge." And on the other side, you see that the people have assembled on that side, and they also do not want to fight. It is clear that this is not something, but they know that this is their only option to stop, to complete the ritual. And at that moment, with the last horn, the battle begins as "Ah!" People are clamoring in all directions. They're just people are charging towards each other, and a battle begins. You hear loud clanging of weapons against each other. You hear spells. You see exploding fireballs emerging, destroying people, destroying these different weapons that they had created, and it's just completely throwing them in all directions. People, there's huge amount of fighting going on. You guys are at so you all of you can hear this from two different sides. Trindon, you see that the battle is going on this side, and the forces seems to be pretty much equally matched. Do you want to join in on the battle, or do you want to let it happen as it happens and then wait for opportunities?
Uh, okay. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to sneak into the other camp
You
if
like to
possible.
sneak into the other camp.
Yes.
uh do you suggest this to Vinetra?
Yes.
Okay. uh as you get started, Vinetra gives you a give me a quick second. Let me roll on a table for you. Uh, uh, Roll a d6 for me, please.
It's two.
It's two. You have been given the charm of the arch. You have been given the charm of the Archfey as she touches your back. There are three charges in this charm. As an action, you can expend a charge to reroll any spell saving throws. This can be rolled
Right.
after the first roll is made, but must be done before hearing the results. So you can reroll spell save throws thrice. Uh, on the other hand, as the battle begins, all of you roll on a d4 table. The others roll on a d6 table for me. Actually, d4 table. D4.
One.
Okay. Uh, you
3.
have been given. You have been given. So Ulver offers one thing to each of you. Ulver gives you first Isaac. He gives you a small wolf medallion that you fathom has three charges, and it gives your weapons the silvered property for 10 minutes. Uh, Verbius, what was your
3.
three? You are given a small knotted piece of wood which looks kind of knotted piece of wood which is somewhat long. It's like a small staff. Uh, this is this seems to be some sort of a magic weapon. This weapon can deal a additional 1d8 damage against any goblinoid creature. Uh, Thetis, what's your role?
Two.
Two. You get yourself a small violin that if you just touch the string, it starts emanating a music which causes a DC 15 wisdom saving throw that causes anyone who listens it and feels it to have to be stunned for 1 minute. There's a lot of noise on some side. What was that? Okay, cool. So it causes people to get stunned who fail the wisdom saving so for 1 minute. And lastly, we have Zazire. What's your role?
One. One.
One. Okay, so you also get another medallion, which is Charm of the Wolfsbane. So, silvered weapon.
Okay. When Woolbear comes to hand this over, I'll take out my dagger, but I very gingerly, as if I have no experience in fighting.
Okay. He looks at you. He looks at you and says, "Hopefully, we won't have to fight, but this is for if we have to." With this, we go back to Trindon. You have suggested to Minetra that you try sneaking in. Uh, that is actually a good plan. Maybe we should. And the battle has been going on at this moment for around almost an hour, and troops seem to be continuously fighting for such a long time. And you see people returning, some of them wounded, coming back to the camp, being treated. Some of them get treated and immediately rush back with like their wounds healed. uh, this is a grim battle, uh, the likes of which the Feywild has probably not seen in millennia. uh, Go ahead.
Yeah, DM. So you said that like the battle's going on for about an hour, right?
Yeah.
So two things I would like to do. First
Hmm?
thing is, I will speak to Thetis. Thetis, I not really good with this kind of fighting shit, but music is more to my field of expertise. Do you think we can kind of swap? If that's okay with you?
Thetis, you there?
Sorry, yeah, I missed that. Can you say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, so essentially, I'll go over to you. So you got a violin, right? So I'll go over to you and say that like fighting isn't exactly the best thing I'm at. Music is more of my field of expertise. So do you think we could like kind of swap if that's okay with you?
What did you get?
It's essentially the wolfsbane. So your weapons get the silver property.
The thing is, I don't use weapons.
Okay, so that's that then.
Hmm.
Okay. So the
Right, and
fight.
the yeah, and the
Yeah.
second thing that I was
Go
going to
ahead.
do is, um, we are outside of the mansion entirely, right? So would it be possible to kind of like not immediately but slowly over time just kind of start moving a back, so until unless I'm like within 30 feet of Hirsam?
30 feet would be inside the corridor itself. So that would something that Oliver would stop you from going. You can go up till the top of the stairs, which would bring you 40 feet to it, but you still have to pass the 10-foot corridor to reach the
Okay,
courtyard.
even if that's the case, that at that point I'll kind of like, it's almost as if just one second please.
Okay, anything else anyone else would like to do?
I'll just survey and like look around and see what like is the like is there are there any other doors to the mansion, or like other ways to get inside, or like get a lay of the land, like how many people are around there, like get an idea of that.
Okay, so roll for investigation or perception.
Perception.
Yeah, hi. I'm sorry. Where
Okay.
was it? Yeah, right. So I'll try to like go up till 40 feet, and what I'm trying to do is so like here's some kind of like dancing above this fountain, right? I'm going to use minor illusion and not not every second or so, but like from time to time, as if like he's getting a vision, like in front of his eyes, he's going to see like families. He's going to see like and of different ethnicity. So
Okay.
I'm
And
trying
this is
to
this is for Ulver.
no, here's some.
So Hirsam's eyes are closed.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah. Hirsam is his eyes closed and he's just like with a smile
Wait,
playing
so
his violin.
Okay, okay, okay.
who who can cast Unseen Servant again?
Brendan.
Trin- Trindon is not alongside
Oh,
you
okay,
right
we'll
now.
have to wait for him to get back. Because throwing pebbles at
So
would be enough, I think.
okay.
Then it's then nothing much.
I'll just wait. I'll like try to like eye these people and see when do we start doing shit. And I'll
So you have a choice to enter into the battlefield in front of you if you wish to.
no, I was like asking when do we start like distracting? Like I will just like nod into them and like when do like pointing towards it. I mean like when do we like disrupt this? And
We can
while
do.
doing that, I'll cast Long Strider on myself because I think something is about to happen.
Okay.
Uh,
So around
Yeah.
this time we go to Trindon. Trindon, you have convinced. So Venetra has agreed with you. Roll for roll for stealth to make it past the other soldiers. And
Right.
so battle has now been going
Um,
on for around 1.5 hours, almost 2 hours.
are we next to?
You are next to
14.
Ulver, yes.
14.
14. Roll a 2d6 for me.
2d6. Wait. 11.
11. Okay. That is. Give me a second. Give me a second. Getting a call. Yeah, sorry guys. Where were we? Yeah, the battle
Yeah.
you rolled an 11.
Brendan.
Yeah.
So, Trinity, you rolled an 11. As you're walking past, you're trying to find ways to hide between. You see that there is all kinds of thing happening in the middle of the battlefield. You see high above in the sky, large dragonoid creatures flowing and like just flying around. You see that explosions are happening all across. You see a Githyanki warrior has just fallen to the ground, surrounded by a swarm of pixies who are stabbing the Githyanki warrior. There's just all complete utter chaos in this entire place, and in the middle of the chaos, you are randomly healed. 1d8 plus. Where is my d8? That is d10. That is my d8. D8. You are you're healed 11 points out of nowhere as someone's cure wound strikes you and you are cured. Random rebus 9000. So you are making your way across. You have to dodge. What's your armor class?
Wait. Nah, I'm not class. Wait, could you just check? I do not know where exactly that is.
Your armor
Yeah,
class
it's
was
14.
14, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's okay. Um, at one point there is a dagger that is thrown at you, but it just hits your armor and falls to the ground. But along it takes around let me roll for Venetra also misses. So Venetra also it misses. So the weapon doesn't hit her. There is someone tries to stab her, but she also jumps past it and strikes back, pushing away that person. And the battle continues. You guys make your way, weave your way through the battleground, and it takes you a while. It takes you almost 15-20 minutes to just get across this one. Almost 2 hours 15 minutes have now passed in the battle itself, and at this point you find yourself at the entry of the walls of the mansion.
Right. DM. So I have a question.
Go ahead.
So there is this spell called Magic Circle, right?
Hmm.
So it prevents people from like creatures, magical creatures, from entering a certain area.
Hmm.
Okay. But the question is like, if the creature is already inside that area, would it throw that creature out?
Uh, no, it wouldn't.
So it wouldn't be useful against Hirsam, right?
Can you tell me the exact wording of that?
Wait.
Can you just tell me which spell this is?
Magic Circle. It's at the. It's
Yeah,
in
magic. So
page
it's a
7.
second level spell, right?
It's a third level spell.
A third level spell. Let me just see the point. Huh? No magic, please. Celebration. Yeah, you can trap someone inside. Yeah, that's the point. You can use uh yeah, you can yeah. Giving rules appearance. One of the more types, circle affects the features. No, you can oh no, you can do the opposite, right? The last line of the spell is you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
use
yeah.
the spell to reverse it, so you can throw someone out.
Oh, okay, cool.
It takes 1 minute to
Yeah, it takes a
cast
while
this
to
spell.
cast.
Right. So my plan is like basically, I mean, I'm within earshot of others as well right now. Am I?
Yeah, you are now within earshot.
Can we see
So,
like Trinton?
I mean, but then also there's
As
Uluver there.
yeah.
Yes, Oliver is there. And as Venetra and Trindon walk into the gate of the mansion, Oliver spots and everyone roll for initiative.
Wait. Which dice is this? Sorry.
So all of you have just entered. So let me roll. So the combatants over here are going to be Ulver, Venetra. Uh,
17.
17 for Thetis.
That's a 20, Isaac.
Isaac is 20.
Virus 5. Virbius.
Okay, let me. Virvius is 5. Let me roll for.
5.
Where is plus 2? So that is 20 also for Ulver. Uh,
Wait, which
um,
which modifier do you have add to the initiative?
Dex.
Dex, right? Okay. It's 12 for me.
18 for Venetra. 5 for. Who rolled a 5?
Virbius.
Virbis. Uh, and 12 was for
Trindon.
Fingal. Where is. Okay, I think someone dropped out, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sad.
Zarzir.
Xerxes
Yeah.
dropped off.
So for now, I'll just roll for Zazir. Zazir is Eldritch one. So let me just open the roll for you. I'll do this publicly to make sure everyone can see this. Where is Albert Rodeo? Dice tray. So that is a d20 roll. That is a 17 plus 2. So that is a 19. 19 in the initiative. In for Zerzir. And finally. Okay. So we are in well, at least seems like combat.
What time of the day would this specifically be? Almost night, I think.
This night. This is
Night.
middle of the, this is almost 2:30 a.m., but it is still light.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't completely get dark here. Okay. So where is Zarzir? Let me. Okay, we'll get started with the other turns. When we come to Zarzir's turns, I'll just call them and find out. Isaac, it is first your turn.
Immediately when I see Verbius,
Mm-hmm.
and like Uluber has his back towards us, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't see me. I'll try to attempt one thing. I'll take a look at Hyrsam, and I'm going to. He's so I'm going to like move in a bit more,
Mm-hmm.
so that I'm within 30 feet of him, and I'm going to cast Tasha Serious Laughter.
Okay, you're casting Tasha Serious Laughter. Good.
Right? Yeah.
Roll for
It's a wisdom saving throw from
it's a
me, right?
wisdom
Yeah.
save, right?
Yeah.
Legendary resistance chooses to resist.
Okay. Cool. So that's done.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You see that his smile has widened, almost becoming a grin.
Okay.
That's that. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, nothing from my end.
Okay, that is your turn. We go to Ulver. What do you do? So Ulver is me. I forgot. So Ulver is gonna immediately use Misty Step to zoom forward ahead to where Venetra is, and that is going to and immediately is going to go ahead and multi attack with his great sword. So that is, let's see, that is an 18 plus okay, that is an 18 plus 9 to hit. Definitely hits. Venetra is going to be, yeah, so definitely Venetra is being hit and is going to take whoever gets out 13 points plus 3d10. So 2d6 plus 3d6, 5d6 plus 6. Damn, that's a lot of damage for one hit. For the second one, also hits. That is one. I'm just gonna do the on the computer because I don't have so much math ability. Where is computer? Cool. So that is 5d6 plus 6 plus 5d6 plus 6. That is 10d6 10d6 plus 12. So
Dead.
10d6 plus, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 31 plus 12. That is 31 plus 12 is
31 and 12, 43.
43. 43 plus yeah, so 43 is the amount of damage. So shit. Okay, so Venetra has 46 points of damage now. Okay, that is
Is she up?
she is up, definitely. She is
Oh,
We're in the
definitely
big
hurt.
league, boys.
Yeah, big league boys. So she is definitely up. Like she's not even bleeding yet. Okay. So that is Ulve's turn. Uh, cool. Then we move on to the next person. It is now Zarzir's turn. But where is Zarzir? Shit. Okay, let me call. Why doesn't? Okay, so next is Vinetra. So I need to decide that. Let me just call. Chum, chum, chum. Did I get any messages on Discord from? Okay, weird. Uh, Rahul's okay. His phone is off, so I don't know what happened.
Nah, it's
Uh,
all.
yeah. So we'll just skip his turn, or okay. Let's see. That's weird. If yeah, there's not much we can do then. We'll skip to Venetra's turn and we'll see. Mm, I don't want to play for them. That is kind of annoying. I don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna go ahead to the next person, and it's gonna be Venetra. Venetra is going to go ahead and uh, well, her option is simple. She is going to go ahead and cast confusion on. Yeah, so confusion, that is going to be interesting. Let's see if the roll succeeds. So that is going to be how much is the roll? Save is it's a wisdom saving throw. There's a 16 and sadly definitely succeeds. No, doesn't. Maybe let's see what is her spell save DC. Okay, fails. Interesting. That is a very high spell save DC. Uh, so Venetra manages to confuse Uluver, and that is a 1d10. And Uluver ends up. Yeah. So what happens to Uluver is a 9, and Uluver. Yeah, that's bad luck. So the confusion was a failure, but it rolled a 9 on the confusion table, which is nothing happens. So
Yeah, sad.
sad.
But
So
it happens on their turn, right?
it happens on their turn. So so in any case, the spell was ineffective, but I believe yeah, Venetra has more moves to make. That was her action, so she is going to go ahead and Eldritch Blast. No, but this is right close range, so that doesn't matter. She's just gonna go for her rapier, uh, and that is going to be okay. That hits. That hits. That doesn't hit. Uh, okay, damage is done. That is again 1d8 1d8 plus 12, so 2d8 plus 12. Okay, now it is the next person's turn. Thetis, it's your turn.
Okay, how far away is Ulver from me?
Ulver is around 30 feet away from you.
Okay, I cast Bane on him
Mm-hmm.
at first level,
Okay.
and I can choose three creatures. So I choose him and Hirsam and any other warrior next to Isaac.
There's currently inside the limits of this one, there are no other guards. It's just all of you. Uh, um,
Just two.
so
So only
yeah,
Hirsam and Ulver. Is
so
it?
they have to make a charisma saving throw. All of them, right?
Yeah.
So Uluver, what's your spell save DC?
14.
14. Let's see. So Uluver rolls a nat 1 failure. Ninja must make an attack roll, must subtract 1d4. So we'll do that in his next attack if he attacks. Then we have here's some. That is gonna be a hard thing. He makes it, no problem. He makes a save, so he's unaffected by your bane. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Uh, Bonus action spiritual weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Next to Ulver.
Okay.
So that will be natural 20, 26. Does it hit?
Yes, that hits.
Okay.
This is next to Ulver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely hits.
Okay, so it's false damage 8.
False damage
8.
8. Okay, cool. So that is 8. He is still he's up, but he is not bleeding yet. Close to it, but not. Anyone else? Anything else you'd like to do? Move closer, or if not, we'll
No,
move
I'll
on to the
stay.
next person. Cool. Okay, we move on to the next person, which will be that is Trindan. It's your turn.
Yeah. So I'd like to escape this chaos and go into where this guy is. I forgot the guy's name. Satyr.
Hisam.
Yeah, Hirsam is. So,
Okay.
Yes.
regarding the magic circle, if I cast this magic circle while Hirsam is still inside whatever he's doing,
Mm-hmm.
will his magic work or not? Like, it
Inside
says
the
that it
magic
reverse.
circle, if
Hmm.
even if you trap him inside the magic circle, volume
It says
was
that it
in
reverses, but like, what exactly would that mean here?
the center can be transferred. Disadvantage of attacks inside. Um, from leaving or protect targets outside it. You can prevent him from. So you want to trap him inside using.
No, so
Uh,
if I do that, then his magic won't work, right? So would the ritual
I do.
not
I
work?
see no reason why his magic won't work.
Right. Okay. Um. Sure. Have I made my way inside the courtyard?
You've made it inside the courtyard.
Okay.
Ulver
I
is busy
am.
fighting.
Okay. I'm doing Eldritch Blast with this thing. Eldritch Invocation, Repelling Blast.
Okay, go ahead. Roll for damage. Roll to hit.
D20, right?
Yeah,
17. Plus,
17 is going to not hit unless you have. Go ahead. How much is your plus?
Should be
what do you
plus
add?
6, I think.
So beside your
Spell
for
page.
it should be spellcasting ability, right?
Could you just check? I mean, I don't.
What is your charisma score?
Yeah. What's your charisma score?
Oh, yeah. Charisma score is 15. So plus 2.
Plus
Plus
2, so
two,
plus 5.
plus 5.
Plus
That is
5.
exactly enough to hit him.
Oof.
Uh, your spell just goes and hits Hirsam right in his back when he's like dancing. It pushes him back, but he continues his dance. And you see that a scowl has appeared on his face, but he continues to play the music. Um, that is anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Right. Um, that's it, I guess. Uh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so that's that. And he is going to. Okay. Okay. Cool. So that is your turn. Then it is Hirsam's turn. Hirsam is currently busy in his magic, so in his that particular magic, so he cannot do much. But what he is going to do is slightly change his melody as he's playing this, and this energy, this entire emotion starts getting targeted towards you, the person who tried to hit him. And that is going to be a wisdom save. Go ahead.
Yeah,
What's
it's 14. 14. Wisdom modifier
14?
is +1. Yeah.
You are, you look at this and you feel all the emotion targeted towards you, and that scares you. No, let's change that. It terrifies you.
Okay.
You are scared from Hirsam, scared of Hirsam for the next 1 minute.
Right.
Okay, that's Hirsam's turn. We go to Verbius. It's your turn.
Uh, can I run up to Hirsim?
You can run up to Hirsam. In your turn, what's your speed?
It is usually 30, but I cast Long Strider, so 40 feet.
Yeah, 40. You make it. You make it not to Hirsam, but close to him.
Like, am I within melee range of?
Um, Wait. So you were, where were you standing at the beginning? You were in the center, and I remember I said it was, yeah, it was 40 feet. So yeah, you should be in Mary range at this point.
So I'll use my sword and no, first bonus action I'll use ensnaring strike. So my next strike will create a writhing mass of thorny vines. So and then attack this person, Vilbius.
Okay.
Not
Uh,
I'm not
Hirsam.
attacking
Vilbius
myself. I'm
attacks
going to
Hirsam.
his yeah.
Okay. Roll to hit.
7 plus 6 is 30.
Okay.
I don't think so. 13 will.
13 won't hit. Also, what's your weapon like? Is it a magical weapon?
Sword. It's a normal weapon.
Normal weapon.
No.
Yeah. As you try to strike him, first of all, you miss. But as your weapon comes really close to his skin, you see that your weapon is automatically twisted out of the way.
Oh, so he's like immune to. I'll try to
Yeah,
hit him again. I have two.
go ahead. But he seems to be immune to physical damage. So just warning you.
Yeah, it is like 14 plus 6,
Okay?
so 20.
It is 20. So that is going to be. That's not going to hit again, but it also doesn't do any damage. So, I mean, again, it comes closer, but it's twisted out of the way.
If like it is not even hitting him, like damage aside.
No.
So I okay, that's my turn then.
Okay. Cool. Then it is now Isaac's turn. Back to the top of the
Yeah,
initiative.
same thing. Again, hideous laughter.
Hideous Slaughter.
Yep,
Go ahead. Actually, the moment you cast it, again, legendary resistance
good.
stops it.
I'm
Uh,
happy you're doing that.
yes. Um Yeah, because, and also it makes sense because priority and one more legendary resistance left. So let's see how that goes. Um.
Yeah, that's my turn. That's my turn.
Okay.
It's good to play
Okay.
chess.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Ulver. Ulver is now going to see that you have turned against, and he is a little angry. His first move is going to be again focusing on the person right in front and attack Venetra and like bring her down. Uh, and one, so he's gonna make two attacks, natural 20
I'm going to cut.
and a fail. So that is still the same. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Please.
So cool. Let me roll 5d6 plus 6. Okay, that is 20. 20 move up. 20 plus 12. 32 points of damage. And at this point, Venetra seems to be a little hurt. She seems to be bleeding. No, sorry, Venetra is not bleeding yet. She's close to bleeding, but not yet. We go to Zarzir. It's your turn. So
I'll
Zarzir is not here again, uh, messing with the action economy. But
Venetra's.
yeah, it's Venetra's turn. Venetra is going to use to attack, and she's gonna cast a spell. Uh, pa, 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 pa. She is gonna. No, this is not gonna work. So she's gonna go for Eldritch Blast. No, that doesn't make sense. This is probably what would make sense most. She is going to make this person do something. I roll a save. Okay. So that's that. As you see Vinetra getting injured by Ulver, Ulver is tries to throw. So who was the last one who ran away? So I think Verbius ran away. Before that, it was Isaac who ran away first. So Thetis is still around, and Zarzir is still around. So he's gonna target Zarzir and target Thetis because this and that fails. Eldritch Blast come towards you. Thetis, an Eldritch Blast comes towards you, but your armor is strong enough to repel the force. You're pushed back a little, but you are not hurt. But at this moment, you see that Vinetra is getting angry, and as she raises one of her hands, she puts her rapier on her side, raises one of her hands, and then just slams Ulver's face. And when she slams his face, immediately you see that his eyes immediately go upwards, and he's like, What? And he can't. Like, he's just moving around. As he's completely blinded. Uh, um, that is his turn. Uh, that is Vinetra's turn, and that is that. It is now Thetis your turn.
Yes.
Ulver seems to be disabled.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to cast guiding bolt on him
Okay. Uh,
at third level.
Wait, you're casting at Ulver?
Yeah.
So, okay. I'm sorry, I should have clarified this earlier, but the spell, once the spell is over, Vinetra looks at all of you and says, Go stop Hirsam. Do not injure him.
Okay. So I run towards Hyrsam.
Okay. Okay. So, you make 30 feet, you are in ranged distance.
Okay, I'm going to cast guiding bolt at him, Hyrsam.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
You need a large amount for this
20,
one.
20 plus. What is this? 20 plus what?
Spellcasting ability?
Plus
Did
6.
you roll a
26.
natural 20?
Plus 6.
Yeah.
Did you roll a natural 20, right? So obviously you hit, and you need to uh, double the damage. So go on
Roll
ahead.
that dice. So that's
And
8d6.
I just
Yeah.
mentioned that I casted at third level, so it's 66 times 2.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Go ahead
Wow.
and tell me how much is it?
21, 42 total.
42. Damn. Good job. Uh, 42 points of damage on Hilsum. As so this was so what kind of damage is guiding light?
Kind of that. Oh, 1 second.
I think it's
It's
radiant,
radiant
right?
damage. Yeah.
Radiant.
Ooh, okay. Okay, so let's see if Hilsum is immune or this too. He has he has resistance to it, so it's gonna be halved.
Oh,
Sad.
shit.
Sad. So he is injured, but he continues his music and he seems a little angry. So that is that. It is now. It is now whose turn? We have next in the turn order.
Yeah.
Vidya's.
Wait,
Virbir.
I have this thing.
Trindon.
Bonus action.
Trindon,
Trindon.
right?
Your
Trindon.
bonus action. Bonus action is left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Sanctuary on who's Hirsam most
The
angry with.
Hisam is closest to the one who is fighting at melee range.
Oh, Vidya's,
So
yeah.
uh huh.
Okay. Okay, so I cast it on Vidya's. So
Mm-hmm.
anyone who targets him must
Yeah.
make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, or and if on failure, have to lose the attack or move it in the other direction. Yeah.
Hmm.
I have misused that spell so many times. I will never forget it.
Okay.
Okay. So
Stay safe, bro.
okay. Okay. So that is going to be your turn. It is now Trindon's turn.
Trindon's turn. So I use True Strike against
Mm-hmm.
Hirsum,
Mm-hmm.
and then I against use Eldritch Blast with your Eldritch invocation of increasing the distance,
Roll with
like
advantage.
Leaping Blast.
Roll with advantage.
Um, 10 and 16. Okay, 16, I guess. Give me a second.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
What's your
the
bonus?
the bonus is charisma, right? Plus 2, 18.
18. That and your proficiency you have to add. So
21.
21.
Okay.
Just below what was required to hit.
Ah,
Yeah. So sadly that does not work out. Um at this point, okay, that's that. Around this point, we move on to the next person, which is Hirsam himself. Hirsam is going to. Hirsam is angry, so but he is busy in his music and he can't really cast a spell uh, other than to retarget his fiddle. So he is going to retarget his fiddle. Um, and he is gonna go towards the one who is next to him, Verbius. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Can he target me though? Like with Sanctuary?
With Sanctuary, he can still target you. Sanctuary doesn't prevent any kind of magic attack, right? Let me just check.
Okay, okay. It's okay. I already rolled. I was just like, if I could make it my way through it. I
Uh
rolled a
huh.
natural one.
Um,
Sanctuary means he cannot target him with any harmful spell or attack. So,
yeah. So
but
this is so.
failing wisdom.
Uh, Yeah. So on a failed visitor, spell doesn't protect the water creature. Spell doesn't protect the water creature from area effects. So yes, so that is definitely true. So that is not gonna work. However, the question is, should a lullaby be considered a harmful spell or not?
If it harms him,
Sleep doesn't harm people, does it? I am going to leave it for you guys to decide. Do you think, logically speaking, sleeping is a harmful spell?
Is he
Zarzir, you're
trying to like
finally back.
make me asleep?
He's just trying to gonna make you charm you to fall asleep.
Because I don't think he can do that.
when
I have
you do
Fey
something,
ancestry. You have advantage on saving throw.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have him.
Magic can't put you to sleep.
What? Oh, you have
I am a half elf, so I have Fey
Fey
ancestry.
ancestry,
So
so it
magic
prevents
can't
you
put
from
me to
magic.
sleep.
Okay. So that is good. So he's going to try and just use his magic to make everyone around fall asleep. But if make you targeted, you try to make you fall asleep, but that is going to fail because you have Fey ancestry, and he doesn't know that because his eyes are damn closed. So um, uh, the magic is going to fail. Um, okay, that is your turn. That is his turn. We move to Verbius,
Okay.
and we'll give
He's still
Zarzir two
playing
turns
the thing.
extra for later. Okay, so Verbius, what do you want to
Yeah.
do? He's still
He's
dancing
still
and playing the
playing the
fiddle.
thing.
Yeah,
So one question: the staff which I got, is it a magical weapon?
the staff that you got is
You
a magical weapon. The staff that you got, wait, the staff you got is a magical weapon. Yes,
Oliver gave me.
definitely.
Okay. So I'll take pull it out and keep it ready. But before that, using it, I'll cast command on him and command him saying stop.
He uses
Just
his
stop.
last
Because I think
legendary resistance to stop your spell from affecting him. So, well, that's that, I guess.
yeah.
But that also means sanctuary is gone.
Yeah, that way your sanctuary is gone. So, okay, anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I mean, if I could attack, I can't, but I don't think so. That is my action, I think.
Okay, cool. That is that then. We go back to the top of the initiative. We have Isaac. It's your turn.
Third time's the charm.
Tasha's hideous, Tasha's hideous laughter. Time to make a spell save. Pray for a nat 1 because it's a wisdom saver.
It is a wisdom save here.
Okay, his wisdom is quite low. So let's see. I'm going to do this publicly because, well, clutch. Let's see. That is a 19. Sad.
Oh,
Okay. Next
okay.
time, fourth time maybe. Let's see.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. Uh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. As a bonus action, I'm going to give Verbius
Mm-hmm.
one bardic inspiration.
Okay. Great. So
It's a
remember
D8,
that.
right?
It's a D8. Yeah, it's a D8. Just let me double check once.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a D8.
Okay. So let's see if Ulber can get out of the dark delirium that he has been put into. So
No.
okay. It seems like we can't do anything. Ulver's turn is gone. Zarzir, it's your turn. You can take two turns. Zarzir, you're back. Can you hear us? Zarzir, are you there? Okay, so no, you're not audible. That's the thing. Yeah. So right now, super fast catch up. All of you have essentially been brought to the mansion, and at the Dreamwell mansion, Hirsam is in at this moment performing a dance ritual to essentially magically send everyone back to where they originated from. Uh, uh, Ulver essentially kept the four of the people who were on their side, quote unquote, on their side to fight against Venetra. And when Venetra and Trindon weave through the battlefield and arrive at the mansion, immediately people turn back on Ulver, and Venetra and Ulver are fighting. Venetra has somehow managed to send Ulver into a different realm where he can't see or do anything else, and everyone is now ganging up on Hirsam to try and stop the ritual. Uh, yeah. So, also say something because we can't hear you. Okay, I am not sure what's happening on Zerzi's side. Uh, to keep. Okay, okay, cool. Rolling on Owlbear for Vampiric Touch. Okay. Cool. So let's roll for Vampiric Touch and see. Uh, so okay. So Zerzir is rolling Vampiric Touch on Hirsam, I believe. Then, so that is going to be. Da, 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 on a hit. So it is a melee. It is a melee target. So you have to roll to hit. And how much did he roll on Owlbear? Hasn't rolled yet. I don't see his roll. Okay. So okay. Let's see. Let's wait for. Okay, your show's 13. Okay, so that's a 13. That's not plus 6. Not going to hit. 19 doesn't hit. So from at this point, you are reasonably aware that it needs to be more than 22 to hit. So that is a failure. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn? So just for everyone on the stream, Zerzi tried to use Vampiric Touch to attack, but rolled only a 19, and is going to try doing it again. Uh, what's your result, Zerzi? Okay. We'll wait for the results. Meanwhile, I'll go to Vinetra's turn. So Vinetra is now gonna come rushing in towards this place. She can't really do much because she's concentrating on keeping Ulver busy. But she is gonna go straight ahead and uh, use her face step as a bonus action to magically move ahead and come to exactly where Hisam is, and then she is going to use her multi attack to take her rapier and her short sword and just start hitting. So that is going to be doesn't hit, hits, doesn't hit. Okay, so hit doesn't hit. So hit doesn't hit. So that would be a plus 5. So 1d8 plus 12. And that is. Okay, where's the 1d8? 1d8 plus 12. That is 4 plus 12. That is 16 points of damage on Hirsam. Okay. And he is not him, and her weapons are magical. So yes, they do hit. So definitely that is her turn. And anything else she does? No, that's her turn. Zazir, what was your... Okay. So Zazir, I don't know her role. So I
Zerzir got a
don't...
3. Zerzir got a
Got
3.
got a 3. Okay, so
Yeah.
that does not work at all. So that's that, and that means that we are in the next. Yeah, Zazir, can you say something now?
Yeah, am I audible?
You are audible. Cool. So your second roll was a 3, which was also a failure. So both your vampiric touch have drained. Anything else you'd like to try? You still have bonus actions left. And Zazir's network dropped again. Okay. We'll come back to Zazir in a second. Thetis, it's your turn.
Uh, so 18 plus 6. Okay, I'm casting Ray of Frost. 18 plus 6 is
Mm-hmm.
24. Does that hit?
It hits.
Okay, and damage is 11 cold damage.
Okay. 11 cold
And
damage.
bonus action, I'll cast a healing word on Vinitra.
Okay. How much does she heal?
Healing is 7. So
7.
little. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But it's fine. Every little bit helps. Um. Okay. So cool. That is her turn. That is your turn then. We move to Trindon. What's your turn?
Yeah. So I use True Strike and then I use Sacred Flames.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sacred Flames. So advantage, right? So wait, give me a second. One and one was nat one. The other was 10. So nothing, I guess.
Yeah. What's your plus bonus? But I don't think it would be more
Yeah,
than,
it would
unless you
it
said
wouldn't
12.
work.
So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
wouldn't work.
yeah.
So that was a failure. Um. Okay. Anything else you'd like to do in your turn?
I would could can I cast another spell?
No, you can't cast 2 spells in one round.
Right. I use my short sword and just hit at Hirsum.
Do you have an additional action?
I do not
Warlocks
know.
don't have an additional action.
Okay, then I mean that's all.
So I think that's your turn then.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So that's your turn, and we come back to we go to Hirsam, who at this point is reaching a crescendo into the ritual. Unless you can find a way to at least stop him from playing, the ritual will be successful in another round. Okay.
Is he looking
So,
like hurt or
huh?
like very?
Hello? I'm
Is he
sorry, I couldn't
looking
hear.
like hurt?
He is definitely hurt a little, but he's quite powerful. It's not really that much. So, let's see what happens now. We Hisam is not going to do anything to all of you. He's just going to focus on its ritual and proceed it towards completion. Vibius, it's your turn. You have to somehow make him from stop playing his fiddle.
Is he like holding his fiddle?
Of course, he's holding his fiddle.
I mean, like, oh no, like, does he look strong?
He looks. He doesn't look weak, but doesn't seem particularly strong.
I could try pulling it out of like pulling the fiddle out of his hands. But if I try that, would I still have something else to do? Or would that be it for
That
wisdom?
would be your action then.
I mean, you do have a this
Bonus
thing.
action.
No, no, I mean bardic inspiration though.
Yeah, you could possibly
Yeah,
well succeed.
yeah. I'll try to pull the fiddle out of his hand.
Okay, that is going to be a straight. That is, you have found his only weakness. Let's go ahead. What's your role?
What do I have to do?
It is
Athletics
going to
or
be an
strength?
athletics versus athletics over here. So let's see.
I don't trust my dice right now, so I'll be using all the rodeo.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 9. Wait, I have a +6 athletics, so that is 15 and a D8. So 14 plus 6 is a 20.
I did actually. You didn't have to roll anything beyond because you rolled a nat one.
I just want to be sure.
What a
I am
luck!
inspired by
What
speech.
what luck! So he's so into just playing his fiddle at this moment. He does not expect the fiddle to be yanked out of his hand, and you just reach in, grab the fiddle, and pull it out, and it just is like the violin sound, and his eyes open. He looks at you, just shocked. The ritual is over. The magic that was in the air fades. He's just completely stunned.
Can I
He looks at you. You realize what you have done. Do you realize what you've done? And as he looks to that side, you look to the side, you see the dream well where the tears were there. It starts cracking. And these cracks appear all across the dream well. And it starts to crack in so many different ways. It's fracturing, and the cracks grow, and the entire dream well crumbles to the ground. He grabs your he grabs you, he grabs your collar, brings you close. Are you gonna try and do something?
DM, can I again do a hideous laughter?
You can try it. Yes, you are all out of initiative order.
I'll try not to get caught by my dodge it.
Okay.
If
So
I
that
can.
is a nat 20 on the save.
Wow.
What? What the fuck? Okay.
Can I play the violin?
You can play the violin. We will see what the wisdom thing
Wait,
happens. But
can I cast the
before
magic
that,
circle?
you can try, but before that, his turn is gonna.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
he's
yeah.
gonna do something. First of all, he is furious. He uh just gets angry, and you see 5 balls of glowing energy flowing, just floating around his head as he simultaneously makes an eldritch blast attack against all of you.
Okay, I'm going to cutting words that. So minus D8, whatever you roll from my end.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll publicly one dice, and that's gonna be what we use for all of them. That is a 9 minus 6. All of them miss, and you see that he is furious. Uh, and at this point, he is going to use one of his legendary actions and cast one spell. I don't want to do this, but he is gonna take. Okay, he is gonna take uh, all of you. He's just going to like look at all of you. You realize this was the only way. and you see him glowing with anger. You have angered a creature who doesn't get angry that easily. You're free to have one action before the effect kicks in.
Uh,
Misty, step out of the room.
Okay. You missed a step out of the room.
I
Others?
smashed the
I mean, I'm going to again
whatever
try the
instrument he
same
was
thing
using.
and move 30 feet. Or
Wait,
like
my
I think I can get out of the house. I think.
wait.
Okay.
I am using magic circle. I want to use it at least once.
Magic circle does take you 1 minute to cast though.
Right. So this won't work right before the guy starts this thing.
Okay. You cast
I will
magic
just
circle.
smash the thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, so,
Wait, so
uh,
everyone's not stepping out, right? So there is a couple of
no,
people still
there
around.
are still people there.
Okay, I'll
Game,
just take a
can
chance.
you do the wisdom save though?
I am gonna do the wisdom save. That is 13 plus 2.
That will succeed. Yeah, that will succeed.
So yeah, nothing doesn't has any effect on a succeed.
No,
So
nothing,
I'll
nothing.
try to blind him. Let's just see what I mean. If what he has in mind
What do
depends
you
on
try to
sight.
do?
I'll try to blind him. Let's see if
Yes,
that
conditional
is.
immunity.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Okay.
Then let me just see what I've seen. Um,
I smashed the thing, his instrument.
You smash his instrument, and at this point, he is just flabbergasted at what has just happened. He and as this happens, all is there anyone else who wants to just waiting for their effects to be have a result, or have all their effects been dealt with? You have managed to interfere in this ritual, and what you did not realize is just because this person, this archfey, was busy with the spells, you might have underestimated their power. They cast wish,
Oh
and
no.
uh, the wish is that all of you disappear, and all five of you immediately feel the skies grow dark as lightning starts striking all across, almost personifying his anger, as you feel the reality around you twist and your body's just moving weirdly and just like twisting and contorting in all dimensions as you feel yourself growing smaller and the world growing larger around you as you grow smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and then darkness. You find yourself floating mid-air in a place filled with stars, and that is where the story ends.
Oof.
Are we dead? Where is Artemis? I'm concerned.
Tell me we lose our sense of reality at least. Like we don't realize what's happening. We're just
Yes,
nothing.
you're just nothing.
I like at the end, I'm just saying like I told you we shouldn't have had the mushrooms.
Oh god. So this game, so they have some very specific stories. In the original story, there are quite a few things that happen, that are possible. uh, so I had to improv a bit because people were playing very differently from how the game is written, so it went in a very different direction, but angering Hirsam was probably not a good idea.
I
So
mean, in order to stop Hirsam, he would even get angry. Like that is
yes, so the thing is, Venetra was somewhat busy with like controlling Ulver. So the thing is, in the way it's originally written, a lot more different things could have happened, and you would be at least in one side. So it would be a straight on, head on fight of one side versus the other, in which there is a higher chance of having a clear victor. But because the game went in like a more subterfuge direction, having a clear victor and going all in, especially considering that Zarzir couldn't be at his full capacity in the
Yeah, I'm sorry
game,
about that again.
became a little hard to go ahead with. So you guys ended up directly confronting Hisam, which hopefully should never have happened. But that's the beauty of Dungeons and Dragons. It
I
can
was like,
literally go anywhere, and
nothing
you
is
have
working.
no idea where it can go. So, if you were to just fight against Hirsam, it's a CR 23 character sheet. So it's yeah, going straight head on against it. Uh, this is the best outcome you could get, actually.
Right.
Yeah. So I was wondering how we could end this game in many different ways. Um, but I think it was still quite fun. The adventure was quite fun. Um, Again, yeah, sometimes it happens that combat ends in something we don't even know if it's a TPK. But so sometimes certain games end in weird ways. So I think for this one, this was a different kind of an ending. I hope you guys are not disappointed with the game.
No, not at all. It's nice.
Okay.
Not.
But you guys played really well, really interesting characters. I loved the entire planning and discussion about how to deal with this, and this was a really nice subterfuge game. Uh, I really liked it. I really enjoyed being your DM. Thank you to all of the people who appeared on the stream, who stayed on the stream throughout. We had constant viewers throughout the game, which often doesn't happen. We have mostly post the stream itself. Thank you to the people who watched the entire game. Is there anything any of you would like to say before we officially end the stream? You guys are still free to stick around and have a discussion after this.
I mean, I would
Wait
like to see
for
the work where Miyazaki has actually gone through this stuff. I mean, I told you that was my catch.
Yeah. So this is so much more that could happen. Like I actually had to, because in Miyazaki, the story that inspired this particular one is I believe Ponyo.
Ah,
Uh,
okay. Oh, okay, okay.
yeah. So let me just, yeah, it was inspired by Ponyo on the Cliff. The reason is Ponyo on the Cliff explores the idea that there is no clear good or evil. There is no clear who is right, who is wrong. Everything is discussable. Everything has two sides to an argument. And that's why this one also tried to not try to at least convince people that not one side is completely correct in their beliefs, nor is the other. So both of them might have some validity, but again, it is always up to debate. So, if that's that, we'll end the stream, the live stream, but we can still talk and have a chat. Thank you everyone for joining. The video will be up on YouTube. You can watch it later at any point of time. And please like and subscribe. And looking forward to having more adventures with you as your viewers and maybe also as players. Bye bye now.